Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is to leave his role at the White House, according to the news agency Reuters. After months of negotiations, the US and Ukraine have signed a historic natural resources deal. The US urged India and Pakistan to de-escalate tensions following the deadly militant attack in India-administered Kashmir last week. Now to our top story. The US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is to leave his role at the White House. That's according to the news agency Reuters. He is the first member of Trump's senior leadership team to leave in the president's second term. For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Nick Harper, who is in Washington. Nick, thank you so much for joining us. Donald Trump's National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, as we said, is the first high-profile advisor to leave his post. What details are emerging?
That's right, Leigh Ann. Definitely unexpected here in Washington today, but perhaps not unsurprising. We did see Mike Waltz appear on television earlier on. He was speaking to Fox News to speak about a possible deal over the war in Ukraine. And then just a couple of hours later, this news coming out of the White House that hasn't been confirmed yet by the White House, that he would be leaving his position. It's not clear if he resigned or if he was forced out, but the latter seems more likely because there has been growing unease about Mike Waltz over the course of the last few weeks, ever since a journalist was accidentally added to a group chat on Signal to discuss classified details of air raids against Houthi rebels in Yemen. And that created considerable problems for all of the people on that chat, but in particular Mike Waltz, because he said that he took full responsibility for what happened by adding accidentally that journalist to the chat. So all of this coming out, the White House is still yet to comment on it, even though Donald Trump spoke a couple of moments ago as part of an event that was taking place at the White House.
Yes, Nick, as you said there, the Signal group chat scandal did happen. It was on the 26th of March, so a while ago. Waltz did take full responsibility at the time. And like you said, it remains unclear if he chose to leave or if Trump made this decision. But the one question is, why now?
That's right. During Donald Trump's first term, much of it was categorised by the chaos at the White House, the multiple firings of multiple cabinet members very early on in his presidency. What's taken place this week is Donald Trump passing that first 100 days threshold, and he's done so without any firings. There is some speculation that really the White House was waiting to get past that 100-day milestone until Mike Waltz was pushed out. He even appeared on Wednesday at a cabinet meeting held by Donald Trump, where the cabinet members were around a table all speaking about achievements that the president had helped to push through. But interesting that there did seem to be perhaps some delay, as you mentioned, between that March chat on the Signal app and this now taking place past that 100-day threshold.
Nick, Donald Trump got rid of 4 national security advisors in his first term between 2016 and 2022. Are there growing concerns about cracks appearing in Trump's cabinet and those involved in Signalgate?
Yeah, it certainly seems like a poisoned chalice, that national security advisor role, 4 of them during Donald Trump's first term. One of them, Mike Flynn, just lasting 24 days. So Mike Waltz has done better than that at 101 days. But yes, certainly some problems when it comes to the other members involved in that chat. In many ways, perhaps Mike Waltz has become the sacrificial lamb, if you will, in terms of pushing someone out because of the problems created by that Signal chat. Pete Hegseth, the defence secretary was another person who was in the firing line at one point, but it seems that there is very much a strong connection between Donald Trump and his defence secretary. He even said about him a little while earlier today that Pete Hegseth is doing a fantastic job. And during Wednesday's cabinet meeting, he had that pole position seat right next to Donald Trump at the table. It seems, although there have been that problems and that fallout for the members of the chat, Mike Waltz is bearing the brunt. Pete Hegseth, so far, remaining unscathed.
There's speculation Steve Witkoff could take up the role. What more do we know about his replacement at this current stage?
That's right. Yeah, he is one name that is being mentioned. Of course, it's not going to be the Deputy National Security Advisor because he is reportedly also being pushed out along with Mike Waltz, so wouldn't have the chance to step up into that position. Steve Witkoff, yes, he is being mentioned. He's officially the Middle East envoy, but he's had his fingers in plenty of pies over the course of the last 100 days. He's also been involved, as you perhaps remember, in those talks in Riyadh with a Russian delegation trying to normalise US-Russia relations, and also been involved in trying to do some sort of deal in Gaza to end the conflict there, also speaking to Iran. So spent plenty of foreign policy experience picked up over the course of the last 100 days, plenty of national security experience that perhaps puts him in a good position to take over. We also know that he is a firm friend of Donald Trump. He's a real estate mogul, and during Donald Trump's first presidency, he was even involved in a business committee that was looking at investment during the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic.
So, Nick, you mentioned earlier Mike Waltz was on US TV just today discussing the US-Ukraine natural resources deal. How historic is this moment?
I mean, an historic deal. I mean, it's amazing in some respects that that deal has even been done. Just a couple of months ago, of course, we saw President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office with Donald Trump, that very public shouting match between the two of them. At that time, the thinking was that Zelensky was in Washington to sign the deal, and suddenly it seemed off the table. But here we are now discussing the deal being done. Now, it has changed slightly from its first iteration, but it does give the United States a financial stake in Ukraine, and therefore perhaps a financial incentive to end the conflict. This is all about creating a joint investment fund to help with humanitarian aid, to help with military aid, also help rebuilding the country as well. It gives the United States preferential access, not just to rare earths, as Donald Trump had first hoped for, but also a whole range of other natural resources, things like copper, gold, oil, gas. And it also means that there will be the possibility of future military assistance from Washington to Kiev. At one point, Donald Trump was saying that this deal would simply be payback for past military assistance. This new deal, though, makes it clear that there will be that possibility of future assistance, and that's tied to this deal. So very much a reciprocal deal, and perhaps in a way that it wasn't when it was first drawn up a couple of months ago.
Nick Harper in Washington, thank you so much. For more on the natural resources deal, we can speak to Ukrainian MP Olena Komenko, who is in Kyiv. Olena, thank you so much for joining me. First of all, what does this deal mean for Ukraine?
This deal means, first of all, equal partnership. The fund is created on 50-50 basis. So both parties, Ukraine and the United States, will make their contributions and have equal representation in the management. It will maintain control of Ukraine over suboil infrastructure and natural resources. There will be no transfer of assets. The agreement is in line with the constitution of Ukraine and guarantees the inviolability of sovereign rights. And state-owned enterprises and privatization are not parts of the agreement. So we don't have concerns with regards to this, and This is about investments, not debt. The agreement doesn't mention debt obligations. The fund is a co-investment instrument and can invest exclusively in Ukraine. And during first 10 years, the profits from the fund can be only used to rebuild infrastructure and rebuild Ukraine. And after the 10th year, they can be distributed among the partners. This also provides guarantees for investors and buyers. The fund can not only guarantee investing in projects, but also provides guarantees for commercial purchases of products on a take or pay basis. And to implement this agreement, only 2 legislative changes are required. These are amendments to the budget code, and also agreement itself will have to be ratified by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine.
What are the immediate next steps now following this deal which has been signed?
The immediate next step is the ratification of the agreement by the Parliament of Ukraine, by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and then we will start implementation of the agreement.
I just also wanted to ask you, we've seen this natural resources deal be signed, but how crucial do you think the meeting between Donald Trump and Zelensky was in Rome?
I don't think it is. It is of course important, and I cannot comment whether it was critical, but of course, this meeting also helped Ukraine and the United States to come to the agreement. So we have the benefits, the obvious outcomes of this meeting, because we have today the agreement signed between our countries.
Meanwhile, there have been more drone strikes overnight on Odessa. Zelensky says there needs to be more pressure on Ukraine, and he's ready for peace negotiations. Only after...
there is a mistake.
Only after... Go ahead.
More pressure on Russia. On Russia. Of course, we need to keep pressure on Russia. We need to keep pressure in terms of imposing sanctions and not lifting sanctions, because Russian economy is shrinking, and it's getting drastic for them. So in order to prevent them from producing more weapons, more drones, United States should retain sanctioning policy, and so in this way, our partners, our other allies, should follow.
Ukrainian MP Olena Komenko, thank you so much for joining us. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Thousands of Israeli reservists have signed letters demanding that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government stop the Gaza war and focus on the release of hostages. Netanyahu had previously threatened to dismiss soldiers who speak out against the war or publicly support petitions aimed at halting the conflict. Last month, Israeli media reported that the government had begun taking disciplinary action against military doctors who had signed the petitions. Tesla has denied reports that it contacted recruitment firms to replace Elon Musk as CEO. Tesla's chair says the board is still confident in Musk's leadership ability. The Wall Street Journal reports that the board was frustrated over Tesla's sinking share price and Musk's role in the Trump administration. At least 542 civilians have been killed in Sudan's North Darfur region over the last 3 weeks. The United Nations is warning the actual death toll could be much higher. Violence has recently surged in the region, which has become a key battleground in the war that erupted in 2023. And a fisherman in England has captured a very close encounter with a killer whale off the coast of Northumberland. The video shows the orca swimming alongside the boat and spraying water out of its blowhole. Experts believe the pod of whales were hunting for seals in the area. The United States has urged India and Pakistan to work together and de-escalate tensions following the deadly militant attack in Indian-administered Kashmir last week. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio held separate talks with India's foreign minister and Pakistan's prime minister yesterday and called on them to maintain peace and security in South Asia. India accuses Pakistan of supporting militants behind the April the 22nd attack in Pahalgam. Islamabad rejects these allegations. Earlier today, I spoke with the former spokesperson to the Prime Minister of Pakistan about the rising tensions. Former spokesperson to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Musaddiq Malik, thank you so much for joining me. Great to have you on the show. Pakistan's defence and former foreign minister have both warned of the potential of an all-out war between India and Pakistan. What is the risk level currently?
I think it all depends upon India. Because right now, the aggressor is India. All of this warmongering or war conversation that is taking place, it's primarily coming from India. So it depends upon India. All Pakistan is saying is that it's ready. Has never been our preference. War is not our preference. We want to sort out things in a civilized manner, but that should not be construed or seen as any weakness. And I think that's what you're hearing from Pakistan right now.
The US is urging India and Pakistan to work together to de-escalate tensions in the region. What steps are Pakistan taking to implement this?
Well, I think the unilateralism is coming from India. So if you look at the suspension of treaty, the Indus Water Treaty, that has not come about because our dialogue broke. It came about because of unilateralism. So right now, as I said earlier, most of the provocation, all of the provocation is coming from India, and Pakistan is responding simply in equal proportions as a dignified nation.
As you've said to me, India is the aggressor. India is accusing Pakistan of supporting militants behind the attack in April, which did kill 26 people. Islamabad has denied involvement. But what evidence does Pakistan have that it is not involved in this?
Look, if the act of aggression took place on the Indian soil, and the allegation is also coming from India, then isn't the onus of responsibility on India that it lays out all the trail of evidence or the proof that Pakistan is behind any of these actions? I mean, Pakistan gets hit every day. If you look at the situation in Pakistan, we are facing the brunt of terrorism. Every day, 10 of our soldiers and about 30 civilians die because of these acts of terror. And you've heard many a times that even from within Pakistan, many people point fingers to the neighboring countries. But we've never done warmongering. We always try to make sure that our defense and our security apparatus is in place to protect our people. But in any of these events, we can pick up any of these events and we can start to do warmongering, but then it would be irresponsible. So if India had an event, and India is putting these allegations, I'm sure they have a trail of evidence. And I think they should put forth that trail of evidence in front of all the journalists, the international community, And if they want, they can share it with Pakistan as well. Pakistan is open, but not giving any evidence. And just because there's been an aggressive incident in India, blaming Pakistan without any proof, without any evidence, and then doing warmongering, I think is irresponsible.
There are concerns the local economy is going to suffer. How deadly is this for people who do live in the region, as people feel unsure about visiting because of the security concerns?
I think wars by definition are deadly. So how deadly is it? It depends how bad a war it becomes. So I think before getting in climbing this ladder of inference or ladder of aggression, it would be prudent to sit and talk. And as I offered, and I said, if there is any proof, would like to see that proof. But without proof, kind of doing this warmongering, I think is very irresponsible.
India
has on Pakistani side, when you say, well, you produce a proof, we produce a proof for what? They haven't produced anyone. They haven't said, here is a person, this person is responsible, and this person has relationships with Pakistan. So come forth with evidence that Pakistan has nothing to do with this person. So many days have gone by. Have you heard? Have they identified? Have they gotten a hold of the perpetrators? Have they created any linkage with Pakistan? Is there any evidence on the table that I should respond to? In the absence of all of that, if there is some phantom person, some phantom organization, which is being alleged to be behind this act, what proof can I bring to the fore? If you have any specific questions, I'm willing to answer.
Well, let's just move on, because India has announced it's closed its airspace to Pakistan aircraft. What impact will this have?
Not material. I think it's unfortunate. We have closed our airspace to them. They have closed their airspace to us. They are the ones who are basically doing unilateralism. As I said, we are primarily an agrarian economy. We have 240 million people, of whom about half are involved in agriculture. So any country that threatens another country with shutting down its lifeline is playing with fire.
Let's talk about India suspending the water treaty. Officials in Islamabad have described this as an act of war. Can you explain to me why?
I've just explained it to you, that if there is no water, there is no agriculture. If there's no agriculture, there are issues of food security. And if there are issues of food security, what would Pakistan do? So I think this entire thing that will shut down your water is tantamount to war provocation. And I think responsible countries don't do that, and India shouldn't do it. I mean, India is not the place where this water originates. Water originates up there in China. What if tomorrow China turns around and says, we're going to shut down your water? What would India do? How would India behave? I'm not saying China would say that, but to whom does the water belong? Is water the source? Is water the river? Is water the basin? Or is water a civilization? And if you look at the history of water, you would find out that water is civilization. So as water flows, civilizations flow. And therefore, upper riparian countries have never basically come down to taking the position that India has taken. And India is also downstream, as I said, from another country, which can also shut its water. And then what would happen? Then India wouldn't have water. So therefore, I think this is a very bizarre framework where you say, I would shut down air for you, I would shut down water for you, I would shut down soil for you. These natural assets don't belong to a particular country. And therefore, whoever wants to take position should take position with great caution and responsibility, and India is doing neither.
What resolution does Pakistan want to see going forward?
I think India is the one that unilaterally went up the ladder of escalation. So the responsibility primarily is on India to come down the ladder of escalation. From Pakistani perspective, we were, as I was the water minister before, and we were always open to having a dialogue with India. We were in communications with India, and India was not coming to the table in accordance with the treaty. So it is quite bizarre, because if you look at the past couple of years, you would see that India was continuously violating the Indus Water Treaty. And all of those mandatory kind of dialogues that have to take place, India was not coming to already. Before this particular incident, India was not coming to the table to have that dialogue. So there was something about the treaty which had nothing to do with this particular thing that has happened. And therefore, when you look at it and say they were already not coming to the table, they were already not carrying out the dialogue which was mandatory and required by the treaty, and now they've picked up something which has happened as a consequence of what they're doing to their own people. So if you look at the aggressive stance that India has taken on minorities, particularly Muslim minorities, and specifically in Kashmir, you would begin to see why their people are retaliating against the government. Now, if you use that provocation, you come down hard on your minorities, Muslim minorities, Kashmiri minorities, and some faction of a group retaliates, an Indian group on Indian soil to Indian people. You hold Pakistan responsible and suspend the water treaty. To us, it's bizarre.
Former spokesperson to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Musaddiq Malik, thank you for joining me.
My pleasure.
For the latest on the story from India, correspondent Rebecca Bundahan sent this update from Mumbai.
India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has held a series of high-level meetings this week as the country tries to decide on the next course of action. It's reported that Mr. Modi has given the armed forces full operational freedom to decide on the timing, mode and targets of a military response. India's Navy, it's understood, has been conducting extensive drills in the Arabian Sea, and its warships are on alert. And there's mounting speculation about whether India will launch a military strike against Pakistan. And that's something that Islamabad says it has credible intelligence of, that a strike is imminent. There's also been this cross-border firing across the de facto border between India and Pakistan, although there haven't been any reports of casualties. So far, the response from India has been non-military in its nature, including the suspension of an important water treaty, the cancellation of visas of Pakistani nationals in India, and closing airspace to Pakistani airlines. But in this current situation, there are concerns that really are persisting, as the two nuclear-armed neighbours have yet to resolve the situation.
Following yesterday's announcement that the US economy shrunk during the first 3 months of this year, President Trump has tried to reassure America that his tariffs won't cause a recession. He's also blamed the growth downturn on his predecessor, Joe Biden. For more on this, I'm joined by economist and wealth management consultant, Dr. Jihad Al-Hokayyem. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. First of all, whose fault is it that the US GDP was down 0.3% in the first quarter?
Do you want to put it on someone?
I don't want to put it on anyone. I just want to know what you think.
Actually, it's several factors. Of course, tariffs played a big role in this. We cannot deny it. But you have to take into consideration that normally and historically speaking, whenever you have a cycle of increasing or hiking interest rate, and then you're going to start decreasing interest rate, historically speaking, the economy might go into a certain recession. But of course, the tariffs, actually, it was kind of the cherry on the cake. It made things worse. So this is briefly.
So briefly, there's a few reasons behind that uptick in GDP. If the US economy is anxious now, can we expect worse to come? Because as the impact of tariffs start to be felt, so as it takes a while for goods from China to arrive in US ports, and we know that the US-China tariff war started on about April the 10th.
Yeah, but I want to go back a bit on the first question. You have to take into consideration that lots of industries knew that there will be a hike in tariffs, so they started importing ahead of time more than they wanted or more than the normal quotas. So this contributed as well to, that's why I said it was as well due to the tariffs. So imagine whenever you import a lot, so it's going to be reflected in your GDP because imports are minus.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. So yes, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, do you think that the impact of the tariffs is really going to start to be felt now in the coming quarters ahead?
It depends on several issues. Will President Trump delay or goes and put certain exceptions, or because he's kind of lenient, as we've seen. So he's trying to disrupt maybe what's happening around the globe to see if he can get a better version of the current equilibrium. And he's pragmatic, as we know. So if he thinks that there might be something wrong, he might go back on his words, try where to be more lenient, where to be tougher. So you can know a lot about President Trump from his first term. So for me, he's not a surprise. For me, in case he's going to feel that something wrong is going to happen, he might figure out what to do.
So Trump is saying short, sharp pain, that's what he's telling people, for long-term gain when it comes to the economy. Can US consumers expect higher prices for goods? And are people currently nervous about spending money in the US because of the economic uncertainty that they're facing?
Yeah, we've seen the numbers yesterday when it comes to Michigan survey, Consumer Confidence Index. It fell to its lowest level since 5 years. We've seen as well the Conference Board Index, its lowest level since 11 years. Of course, consumers are worried, and we know that we are in a service economy, the States, and it matters a lot. Of course, inflation is a major factor. And I guess President Trump has to take it into consideration. Otherwise, if the situation is going to go out of hand, so the recession might be around. So although they're saying in case there will be a recession, it's going to be a mild recession.
So let's just quickly talk. You're talking about inflation there, but he's obviously been pushing the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, to cut rates. What do you think is going to happen? Interest rates are going to be cut at the next meeting?
No, it's not going to be cut in the next meeting. And it seems the chairman of the Federal Reserve, and actually if we look at the percentages, what the market is expecting, we don't think that there will be any cut in the upcoming meeting because we have fears of inflation. And the Fed should be independent, as we know.
Okay. I'll take that prediction and I'll keep that. But some economists have pointed out that robust consumer spending and private investment is actually a sign of growth. And it's a sign that growth could bounce back, essentially. What's your opinion on this? Do you say, yes, that could happen?
But the Consumer Confidence Index and the Conference Board Index, they are leading indicators, and they tell us that consumer is not comfortable about what's happening. Of course, this is a controversial topic. Some back what President Trump is doing. As you said, it's going to be short-term pain for long-term gain, but the consumer still feels the inflation and how it impacted the purchasing power. So I think the situation is not very good for the consumer, and the fear of inflation is still there. That's why I expect that the Federal Reserve and the Federal Open Market Committee will not cut interest rate in their next meeting.
Earlier, we reported on Tesla. They denying reports it's looking for a new CEO to replace Musk after the shares have really fallen for Tesla. What does it need to turn around its fortunes, Tesla? Does it need someone else, not Elon Musk?
If I know the answer, I'll be the next CEO. It's not that easy, but
Yeah.
I guess...
I'll put your CV in.
Yes, thank you. But I guess most probably they need to distance Tesla from the controversial political scene, because now we know that Elon Musk is, in a way or another, involved into politics. So that's why it's having a major impact on Tesla. And I guess we should deal with the governance factor, succession plan, have better communication with the stakeholders, not just the shareholders, and to work, of course, on improving efficiency, scalability, and you have fierce competition, as you know, from electrical vehicles from China.
Absolutely.
We cannot deny it.
Yeah, no, we can't deny that at all. But Dr. Jihad, I was just going to ask another question going back to the economy.
Yeah.
If the US economy goes into recession,
Yeah.
what does that mean for economies around the globe? How will that impact other countries' economies?
It will impact for sure, because actually the United States is the biggest economy in the world, and actually all economies are interconnected in a way or another. So it's going to impact all prices. It's going to, because, you know, in case the GDP is going to fall, it means you have less demand. And the States is the number one consumer of energy around the globe before China. So, of course, it's going to impact different countries, but with different magnitudes. It depends on how these countries are interconnected with the States.
And let's move on to AI now, because that's a big talking point. It's having a massive impact on industries around the globe. But how is AI shaping the future of the finance industry? So how safe is all those jobs in the financial world?
Actually, you have to take into consideration something very important, that in finance, as an industry, we are the second adopter of AI, maybe after healthcare. So it's impacting the consumer in a very good way, and they have better efficiency. So, you know, you don't need now to wait for the traditional way to get approval on a certain loan. You have real data. There is a concept very important. They call it Geigo effect. Mm-hmm. They say whenever you have, I don't like to use the word how they use it, because they say garbage in, garbage out, because I prefer to say gold in, gold out.
Gold in, gold, yes.
Yeah, so you have real-time data.
Yes.
When it comes to finance. You can use this data for algorithmic trading. Mm-hmm. You can use it to forecast how the consumer is going to behave in the future. You have embedded finance now. It means you have finance in non-finance applications. You have, if you want, you have bots that can help you how to do automation.
Yes,
automation when it comes to allocation of your assets, of your spending. You have what we call the RegTech, InsurTech. So it's making, you have inclusion factor now, because due to fintech, so for those who are unbanked or underbanked. Mm-hmm. So you have plenty of things that are improving due to what we call fintech. Certain jobs will disappear, but others will be created, especially those who, because there is a famous quote going around the globe, AI will not replace you. Those who do not know how to use AI will be replaced.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with that quote more. I just want to pick up on something. You forecasted this, I heard, back on TV a while ago, that the crash in gold was going to happen in 2013. So you have a history of being able to forecast things. Is there something that you could forecast for me now?
What do you want? I know that ladies are interested in diamonds.
Yes, I'm interested in gold. I'm interested in diamonds. But in all honesty, where do you think that investors should be putting their money, and what can we expect to see in the future?
My advice to investors is always diversify or die. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if they don't diversify well, they lose their financial independence. So always they have to follow this golden rule and follow not just across sectors, but as well across markets, countries, and everywhere. So it's better to not time the market, but it's more about the time in the market.
So diversify or die. That's
Exactly.
your. And what about diamonds? Should I?
It's women's best friend,
Yeah,
as you know.
I know. I need to have more. I've got none on.
Of
But
course.
yeah, it was so lovely to have you on. Thank you
you.
so much for all your insights. It was really, really interesting. And
you for having
I
me.
really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Economist and wealth management consultant, Dr. Jihad Al-Hokayem. Once again, thank you for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. The US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is to leave his role at the White House, according to the news agency Reuters. After months of negotiations, the US and Ukraine have signed a historic natural resources deal. The US has urged India and Pakistan to de-escalate tensions following the deadly militant attack in Indian-administered Kashmir last week. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. The Riz Khan Show is coming up next, followed by Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
One, two, three, taking up space!
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur, and educator Aisha Bowe.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose a route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bo, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
I think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that. And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I had trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years. And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun.
That's 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you were having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge.
I'm here at the NASTAR facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon.
Yes.
Hey, you're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? Looks like.
Oh!
Encircle.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this.
I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
Oh, there are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASTAR facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced the Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3. But when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5. And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, but one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of G's.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes. I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad, I had the privilege of talking to two individuals. And so NASA astronauts, Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham, were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually help for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here, and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity. It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just a mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
I struggled to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength, because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, he said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Well, thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign, but since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket, which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me. She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew Dreams to Space, which will be returned to them, thanks to Jeff and Lauren. And the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and return it back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you're going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the Six Taking Up Space.
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We're making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, taking up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood and there's a middle school, And there was a lot of parents getting their kids, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me and they're like, oh my gosh, and like waving at me and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it, because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs, and that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you would have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity and a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't, and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, it's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. You know, I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason, and we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it, because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. What I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment, as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA. And in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them, and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage, and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me, and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings, from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, Riz. My community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party. And they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college. She's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative, and I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you are brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter, and I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for them. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened, because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you're going to get up, you're going to be present, you're going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed, because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges, I had a lot of failures, I had a lot of setbacks, but it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, what if I created a company? And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing. And the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built STEM Board. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. We make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. Running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as STEM Board engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, we made, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is like very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught Lingo, and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to Dubai, to Delhi. And I actually brought some Lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that the students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes. So from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, what gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society. And then these things became more common. I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen, and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about spaceflight, what we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2, what's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate, it's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5, will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6, who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jemison, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7, what's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9. Spacesuits. Fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha Bo, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bo. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Are super smart computers out to kill us? Are they going to take our jobs and make us mere mortals redundant? Or will they revolutionise our lives in positive ways we can't yet even imagine? Artificial intelligence is forecast to inject trillions of dollars into the global economy in the next 5 years, sparking an AI arms race. But will it be a system update or a collective crash? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Call me a Luddite, but comments like this don't fill me with confidence.
Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority, alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war.
When you consider this statement was co-signed by some of the world's leading names in tech and AI development, it's even more alarming. The limits of generative AI are hard to fathom, but the risks are very real. Predictive policing, mass surveillance, the creation of misinformation and disinformation, not to mention the climate impact. The UN estimates AI data centres consume 6 times more water than the country of Denmark. But the political and economic benefits are undeniable. Auditing firm PwC estimates the technology could boost the GDP of local economies by up to 26% within 5 years. And governments frame the AI arms race as a national security imperative. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if AI poses an existential risk to humanity without regulation, why countries want to win the AI arms race, and if ethical AI is possible. Stay with us. To tackle these high-tech pros and cons, I'm joined by Dr. Roman Yampolsky, a computer scientist at the University of Louisville, known widely for his work on AI safety and cybersecurity, and Amjad Masad, the CEO of Replit, an American AI company that empowers non-technical people to create software, build websites and apps using artificial intelligence. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. It's hard to believe that ChatGPT, the program that largely introduced AI to mainstream consumers, has been around for less than 3 years. The technology has moved so far, so fast, and it seems that there are still 2 existing camps within AI. The doomsters, who think artificial intelligence needs to be heavily regulated due to the risk it poses to humanity, and the optimists, who think those fears are overblown. Amjad, you're at the forefront of the commercial development of AI. Do you get a sense that this technology poses an existential threat to humanity?
No. I think a lot. I'm curious about Dr. Yampolsky's kind of argument, but I think that generally when I've heard those arguments, they tend to rely on these sort of chain of events that every one of them is sort of implausible and sort of logical leaps. And so it's never been convincing. And when I look at their solutions, they tend to talk about how to stop AI development or pause it or delay it. And I think then you need to think about the opportunity cost. Even if you take their concerns into account, the opportunity costs of stopping AI are massive. You know, AI could cure cancer, could help us with drug discovery, could push standards of living up all over the world. It is the frontier of technology, and technology has always been the thing that pushed humanity forward.
Dr. Yampolsky, I know that you have a very opposite view. Why do you think it poses a risk, and how much of a risk do you think it poses?
So we need to be clear about what type of AI we are talking about. AI today is a tool. It is wonderful. It helps us cure diseases. It helps us make economic progress. Absolutely no objections to narrow AI for solving specific problems. But all the companies, leading labs, are working on creating general AI, and quickly after superintelligence systems, they claim will be able to do anything any human being can do, including outsmarting individuals and humanity as a whole. That's a very different type of technology. It's not just a tool, it's an agent. We don't know how to control agents smarter than us. We have some idea on how to put filters on modern models. We can tell them, don't talk about this topic or don't say that word, but absolutely no one made a claim that they have a working safety mechanism which scales to any level of capability. And we see it with evals being produced with those models. Usually they will tell us, okay, the model during testing lied, it tried to copy its own code to some other server, but it's okay, we're going to release it anyways, and the next model is coming in a month.
What do you think about that, Amjad? Can it be limited to not this super smart version of AI? It doesn't feel as if AI developers are interested in limiting the scale and the scope.
You know, I would disagree that agents are not here. They are here. You know, at my company, I think we built the most at-scale software development agent, and it helps people build software, and it's been sort of a wonderful tool. It can work for 15, 30 minutes, you know, after your initial prompt to build your website. You know, when these labs are building agents, they're building them for commercial reasons. So I don't see why they would build these AGI sort of systems that Dr. Yampolsky is talking about that sort of could destroy humanity. And again, like the systems that we're hearing about as sort of, you know, sounds like more science fiction and not really tied to Earth. You know, the labs will say a lot of things. You know, they're trying to boost their you know, their valuation, they're trying to attract certain talents, and we need to kind of separate marketing from the real development that's happening. Every model that comes out is tied to commercial activities. It's trying to be user friendly, and it's unclear to me when that sort of barrier would be crossed, where, you know, AI would suddenly become this sort of singleton that tries to take over the world. And by the way, you know, all these AIs are going to be different. All these labs are going to be building different AIs. You know, all these countries are going to be building different AIs. So it's unclear to me how this massive sort of Skynet type AI is going to take over the world.
Dr. Yampolsky, if it is as Amjad says, this is commercial, why would a commercial entity create something that would damage its commercial viability?
That's a great question. So all the heads of top AI labs, whatever it is, OpenAI, Anthropic, Grok, DeepMind, are on record as saying they believe this technology is extremely dangerous. They think it is very likely to possibly cause an existential catastrophe. For example, Elon Musk lately says it's only 20%. Okay, how is this helping them to promote the lab commercially? Is this statement bragging about how great their system is? No, this is what they said before they were CEOs of those labs. This is what they honestly believe in. Right now, they are in a situation where they have commercial pressure to continue developing those systems. They cannot stop and tell investors, we're going to slow down and try to figure out safety first. They are in an arms race, basically prisoner's dilemma. What benefits the group is not what benefits individuals. as an individual head of a lab, you want your model to be the most advanced one, then the government steps in and says, this is becoming a little too much, so we need to slow down. So commercially, yeah, you want to be at the head of a competition. You want to be the first model to get to human level performance and get all the benefits of creating free labor, cognitive and eventually physical labor. So that's exactly what we observe. I'm not sure there is any leader of the lab which claims that safety is not an issue or that they have a solution which will scale to the next level of performance. Usually they say, we'll figure it out when we get there, or AI will help us solve it when we get there.
The American...
So I
Go ahead.
if I may comment on this, I don't disagree that there are risks. Obviously, autonomous drones, kind of warlike things. We've seen in the war in Gaza how, Israel used AI to develop these lavender systems that caused massive civilian casualties. So obviously, AI has a potential in the hands of nation states and bad actors to cause massive harm. But that's been the case across the board with technology. Every piece of technology had this like dual use capabilities to be able to cause massive destruction versus also massive uplift in humanity. And I think we always have to kind of worry about both scenarios. But again, I think the opportunity cost of kind of really mostly kind of trying to stop or pause AI, I think that's the, versus what we can do with it in terms of elevating humanity. I think that's the question.
Where do you see that balance then, Dr. Yampolsky, between the creator and destroyer of worlds, so to speak, if we can liken it to the discussion around the nuclear bomb, if we're talking about, it could be used negatively by anyone, but maybe it won't be used negatively by anybody.
Right, so there is a paradigm shift happening, and I think we started talking about it. The agents are already showing up. Previously, every piece of technology, including nuclear weapons, was a tool. Some humans somewhere made a decision to use it, and if they used it for good or for bad, that was on that human being. We're starting to create agents. They are not there yet. We're still in very early stages of that, but pretty much everyone is predicting that we'll have agents with very significant level of independence. They will be at some point smarter than us and making their own goals and decisions. And so it's a very big difference between this malevolent human is using this tool and we just need to make sure they don't have access to it or there is good security, versus the tool itself becomes an independent decision maker, and it is not like we're competitive with it. We cannot outdo it in terms of cybersecurity. We cannot outdo it in terms of decision-making, strategic planning. So that's the concern, that we'll shift from we're worried about malevolent actors using it as a tool of war to the technology itself is the adversary.
The American President J.D. Vance, speaking in Europe recently, warned against heavy regulation of AI, urging Europe to embrace AI opportunity rather than safety. Amjad, where do you see that balance? Is he right?
Well, I think you need to regulate the sort of the applications of AI, right? So we don't want, so AI today, especially, the state of the art AI is based on statistical methods, neural networks to be precise. And those methods tend to be more fuzzy. They're not the kind of way we've been used to program computers, which is more precise and potentially provable. And, you don't want to be putting AI in charge of like the, energy grid or, nuclear weapons or what have you. And so you need to be very careful about the application of neural networks. But I think in terms of the development of the core technology, I think that should go on largely unregulated. So I think I would separate the application versus the foundational technology research, which we don't want to slow down too much, again, for all these benefits that can come down the line. And by the way, the best way to stop bad actors, and by the way, we can assume that an agent is also a form of bad actor, malevolent actor, is to have defense, AI that's more of a defensive tool versus malevolent actors.
Roman, what do you think about J.D. Vance's comments? Should it be regulated? Can it be regulated safely? Is it just too broad?
Right. So we're setting up this binary system where either you're going to make profits and grow economy, or you have to be careful with technology. As I said before, existing narrow systems for solving specific problems will allow us to capture most of the financial benefit. You don't have to have a general superintelligence to solve specific problems. We have excellent examples. For example, protein folding problem was solved with a specific tool. It was not a tool developed for do everything for me. We can do the same for self-driving cars. We can do the same for specific diseases and so on. So that's a very important difference. Nobody's suggesting that technology is bad or AI is not great. I'm an AI researcher. I use AI every day. I just don't want to switch from comfortable tools which make me more productive to something nobody can control. And the problem with applying regulation to only specific deployments is that how do you enforce it? If you create a model smarter than me and capable of doing everything, how do you make it that no one uses it outside of specific domain of spell checking? We don't have ways to pass regulation on a global scale. It's at best region specific. And even if we pass something, we have no way to enforce those laws. We have no way to meaningfully monitor those systems or evaluate them for capabilities while they're being trained. It takes months and months after the system is done with training to find out what it's capable of. What are the safety issues with that system? At that point, if a system is dangerous, it's a little too late to pass regulations saying, oh, if you destroy humanity, we'll have very strict fines for that.
Roman, can you elaborate on that? Sorry, Jad, go ahead.
I'll ask a question here. Okay, so you're saying that those AI systems are going to be uncontrollable, and also it's hard to regulate. So what is the solution if it is not regulation in your mind?
You already made fun of that solution, basically not building superintelligent systems. I'm not saying it's actually going to happen. I'm just saying if we were a smarter civilization, we would not create our own replacements. But I'm pretty sure you're right, and we will create those systems. And I don't think there is a technical solution to indefinitely control superintelligent systems of any capability. We may be good at controlling GPT-5, maybe 6, but at some point in the future, this process doesn't stop. They become more capable. We will make a fatal mistake. So technically, you cannot solve it as a permanent thing. You're creating by analogy with perpetual motion machine, a perpetual safety machine. In cybersecurity, if you make a mistake, it's not a big deal. We'll give you a new credit card, replace your account. If you're talking about existential problems, one very big mistake is the last one you'll ever make. So there is no technical solution. And governance is security theater. Making it illegal to create deadly AI does not actually make a difference. So I'm not saying I have a solution. I'm pointing out a very big problem we all have.
I'd like to ask you then, Dr. Yampolsky, what reason do you think AI would have for Sentinel AI to wipe out the human race? Why would it want to?
Right, so that's a wonderful question. And right now what you're doing is you're asking me what I can come up with as a human with certain level of IQ. And you can ask me, how would you do it? How would it kill everyone? It doesn't even have hands. And I can give you all the standard answers about synthetic biology and nanobots and hiring humans on the internet with Bitcoin. But the interesting thing is you cannot predict what a smarter agent will do. I have no idea of what game theoretic reasons superintelligence would see to do this. Maybe it doesn't want us to create a competing superintelligence. It was suggested that would create multiple AIs and they kind of compete, the good AIs, the bad AIs. Maybe we are casualty, collateral damage in that AI war. Maybe it's beneficial to do it to obtain certain resources. Maybe it's really into climate change and wants to make sure we don't pollute. I have no idea what the actual way to do it is or how it's going to do it. What I'm saying is that no one can guarantee what a smarter than you system will do. We don't have good ways of explaining how they arrive at certain decisions, and we cannot predict specific decisions ahead of time.
So if I may comment on that, like the, I feel like we're confusing the possible with the probable. If you can say sort of a priori, AI agents, AGIs with sentience is possible. And it's also possible that they would have competing sort of priorities versus humans, and it is possible they're going to take actions, and you're sort of making these change of sort of possible outcomes, and that's always been the case with sort of pessimism in the past. So if you look at the mid-century population sort of craze, I think Paul Ehrlich, professor at Stanford, was really worried about what he was calling the population bomb, that, we were producing too fast. We're going to, we're going to use all the resources in the world, and eventually we're going to die. And also it kind of followed the same sort of chain of argumentation that Dr. Yampolsky is making. Ultimately, it led to a lot of bad policies, like the kind of bad policies that we're talking about, forced sterilization, the Chinese one-child policy. And so every time influential people have made arguments that certain doom is impeding, it actually turned out to be false, and also led to negative outcomes as a result of these policies.
Right, I'll just let you respond to that before we move on.
So historically, many people made really bad predictions. There are famous predictions about, nobody will need a computer in their house, and, 640 kilobytes of memory is enough for everyone. Certainly. But there are also great examples of people accurately identifying problems and doing something about them. Maybe Y2K problem was a great example. For a decade, people saw it coming and did what needed to happen, so everything goes well, nothing collapsed. We handled that simple problem. Right now, we are having this conversation as if it started today, and we are making predictions about the future. This conversation about AI safety is decades old, and you can go back and see what predictions people made. And we talked about all the red lines we're seeing crossed right now. AI is going to start lying to us. AI is going to start to protect its own existence, trying not to get modified or deleted. We're seeing it in the latest evals. It's happening exactly what we predicted, as well as capabilities. People said we're not going to have general AI for hundreds of years. Now I think prediction markets are saying we're 2 years away. That's a big shift in support of every prediction made by people in the AI safety community.
I mean, the prediction that AGI is 2 years away has been it's been perpetually 2 years away. I think Dario, who's an amazing researcher, runs this amazing company called Anthropic, has been saying 2 years away since perhaps 2018, right? So this idea of it's around the corner, we're not going to be able to control it because it's gonna move so fast, and it's gonna have this intelligence explosion. You're right; they've been saying it, and I think that's a sort of, you're making the case against your arguments, that they've been saying it for 50 years. Marvin Minsky famously in the 80s said it's going to take a summer or maybe even the 60s, it's going to take a summer of research to achieve AGI. The reality is the kind of models that we have today are a function of their training. We haven't seen actual evidence of generalization out of that. I think we're going to get there, but we're nowhere near those systems that Dr. Yampolsky is worried about.
It's interesting Go ahead.
With exact data, you can look at those numbers. For many years, they were saying it's 20 years away. And predictions markets were saying, okay, it's going to be 20 years. And then you can see the collapse of that. It was 10 years, 5 years, and you can see an exact change, and you can see how it's exponentially becoming a shorter timeline. Some people argue that what we have today, systems which are latest cutting-edge models, are already general enough to outcompete most humans in most domains. So there is shift in definitions. What we have today, 20 years ago, most scientists would say, oh, you have AGI, you got there. Now we shifted to where you have to be smarter than Einstein, you have to cure cancer to even be considered human level.
All right, I want to talk about the military applications of AI now. The way wars are fought have changed because of AI. And when it comes to weapons, no superpower wants to be left behind. So we find ourselves in the grip of this new kind of arms race, predominantly between the US and China. They have totally different ideologies and different forms of government. So, Roman, does it matter which country actually wins this AI arms race? And what does victory look like?
So short term, it's very important to have military dominance, to have more advanced AIs, because that's the country which is going to win all the local conflicts or war. Long term, if I'm right and we are creating uncontrolled superintelligence, it doesn't matter who creates it. It's not controlled by definition. So whatever you have good guys doing it or the bad guys, if you're not actually dictating what the system is going to do, the outcome is the same. So it shifts. Right now, short term, we definitely need to protect our capabilities, our placement in a global community. But long term, if you just race to the bottom, it's going to have negative impact for all of humanity.
Amjad, what do you think? Does it matter who wins this arms race, or is it just a race to the bottom?
I don't think that there's going to be much daylight between the countries, especially China and the U.S. You know, when OpenAI announced the state-of-the-art models and perhaps September, the O1 models, those reasoning models, it took China about 3 or 4 months to replicate that through the DeepSeek R1 model. And I think now we have the O3 model. I predict that DeepSeek R2 is going to be of similar capabilities. And the interesting thing is, like, China became the leading, or the Chinese labs became the leading open source labs. So Chinese labs are actually open sourcing the technology that they're building versus, you know, what the OpenAI used to be open source. And so I think that I don't think there's going to be much daylight. I think they're going to arrive at this technologies within a few months of each other.
Do you think, Amjad, we can ever program our way around malevolent use of intelligent AI? No. And the reason is because if you think about the geopolitics of it, I mean, in the same way that you couldn't sort of control nuclear, I know, you know, some AI safety folks, they will point to nuclear as a successful sort of controllable technology. And I think the thing that made it so that we're not destroying ourselves is the mutually assured destruction. North Korea has nuclear bombs. You know, there's all this discussion in Iran. You know, there's countries that have nuclear bombs, like Israel, that don't want to say that they have nuclear bombs. And so I think that when you think about the geopolitics, it is anarchy, and you can't really control. The UN doesn't have a way to enforce these things. So ultimately, for better or worse, countries will be able to do whatever they want with this technology, and I think it's going to be sort of offensive versus defensive AI. Roman, earlier you mentioned the prisoner's dilemma, which is, of course, the doctrine used to govern the nuclear doctrine. So for much of the Cold War, do you expect a similar kind of control with AI? Would that even work?
So I'm not suggesting there is a solution. Again, I'm not saying that something we have right now would scale to superintelligent systems. This may not be the case, but I think there is an argument that the first system to get to that level of capability will prevent others from coming into existence. So that 3-month early advantage is something very important. You want to get there 3 months earlier. if you have a system capable of hacking all the infrastructure of your enemies, sabotaging their logistical pipelines, that does give you a strong advantage. Chinese models are very affordable, they're very quick, but they rely on having a US counterpart to kind of plagiarize from. So it's still an opportunity for US.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, both of you actually, if you are willing to say who you think is winning the arms race at this point.
I can tell you who's losing it.
Amjad first, go ahead.
Well, again, I will reiterate my answer that I don't think, there's a particular winner. I think on the sort of commercial front, obviously, OpenAI and Anthropic are making way more money than any of the Chinese labs. But I mean, that's only a matter of time. China is a really big market, and I think the Chinese labs are going to be able to make a lot of money and reinvest it back into the technology. The only thing I think that might actually hurt China's progress is the regulation around AI chips. And so, NVIDIA spent a lot of time and money designing this H20 chip to comply with U.S. experts. And so then the Trump administration suddenly changed their mind and said you actually can't export the H20 chip. So if the export controls actually work, which there's a lot of doubt about whether they work or not. DeepSeek was able to accumulate large amounts of chips. So I think that might put the U.S. at a slight advantage.
Mm-hmm. Roman, do you think there's currently one winner over the other?
So U.S. is definitely dominating in terms of countries. As far as individual labs, that shifts every day with a new model release. DeepMind is winning this week, and then OpenAI catches on, and there are startups which don't even disclose what they have valued at $30 billion in this space. So it's an interesting space to be in. But what I'm trying to emphasize is that if you have an arms race to superintelligence, the winner is AI. Humanity does not win in that scenario. We don't have time to deploy this technology. I would say existing AI today is still not priced into the economy. It's not part of a market. It will take decades to actually deploy those systems in all the aspects of our economy. So there is a lot of untapped financial benefit, but somehow we feel that the only way to really make money in this space is to get more investments into the startup and get the more powerful model out before the competition. And I think we need to realize that the real money and the real benefit is in enjoying the tools we developed over the last couple of years.
Let's move on to the sort of final segment of our debate here about one of the issues that a lot of people have with AI, whether it's generative or normal AI, for want of a better word, is how it's learning. Where is it getting its information from? And how can we ensure that it's not perpetuating stereotypes or biases, or that it's even been programmed with those biases or stereotypes in mind? So, Amjad, when we are considering AI being developed from a for-profit system, can it ever be ethical?
At the top of the show, I talked about how these labs have commercial interests. If they develop a racist AI, no one would want to use it. And in fact, Google developed an AI that was trying to actually, be overly ethical and overly diversifying, and resulted in hilarious outcomes, such as the like Black George Washington and images like that. And so they immediately fixed that. And so there's a huge economic and commercial pressure on these companies to create AIs that are useful and not offensive to their audience. That being said, I will say that there's probably a Western bias in these models, and so if I think that's why probably China is trying to develop it their own. But other countries might be interested in that in the future, or some of these companies would change their perspective once they have enough revenues coming from other parts of the world. So it's definitely a risk. But I think the commercial pressure will do the work.
Dr. Yampolsky, what do you think? Can AI be ethical? And does it currently, as Amjad has suggested, have a Western bias?
So usually when people realize they cannot make progress on a hard problem of AI safety, meaning controlling advanced agents, they switch to an easier problem of ethics. Ethics is something humans been arguing about for millennia. Philosophers have never solved it. It's region specific. What is ethical here is unethical there. But we can certainly get AI to mimic human level of ethics. They can repeat the same biases, or we can remove that bias. So that's quite possible, doable. It seems that in the marketplace, there are two approaches. One is this very strict filtering. The examples given is the failure of that approach. The alternative is what Elon Musk is doing with Grok, kind of do whatever you want, have fun with it, it's not a big deal. And so that seems like both of those models are very commercially successful. There is no problem with doing it either way. And there is going definitely to be a competition between those who provide very, let's say, kid-friendly models and those who provide models who tend not to say no to your requests unless you're asking for biology, synthetic weapons, and things like that.
Amjad, you were saying there about a Western bias, perhaps. So let's talk about value alignment issues. Whose values are being used as a benchmark in AI when we consider that it's used to filter job applications, maybe to filter loan applications? How can consumers feel like they can trust it if they don't know whose benchmark is being used?
You know, this is where I think regulations can help. You know, I talked about regulating the progress of AI, the research, the fundamental basic research of AI versus applications. You know, if you're going to use AI in the court system, you don't want an AI that has learned that certain zip codes have more likely chances of, crime, and therefore it's going to suggest to the judge of a harsher penalty, and instead we want to treat people as individuals. That's the kind of the bedrock of modern civilizations, and so you absolutely need to regulate that. There needs to be a process for which these models are open to the public for scrutiny. You know, we have a lot of existing systems where they're open source systems, you know, such as Wikipedia and other systems like that, where researchers and hackers and others are trying to prod these systems and figure out the biases and the problems with them. So sort of relying on the wisdom of the crowd or the open source culture to be able to kind of prod these AIs is going to be a great way to handle this. So I would say this is where regulators need to be thinking: is how do you apply AI? What kind of biases it's going to have? And this potentially could have really, really harmful outcomes. So I think this is where a lot of the work of regulators should go into.
Roman, do you think that open source sort of activity can do the work to make sure that we are using the systems, or the systems are being programmed correctly?
So open source historically was wonderful for software. It allowed us to debug systems to make sure there is no backdoors. It was really a great way to do it. It doesn't scale to agents, it doesn't scale to superhuman systems, because essentially what you have is an intelligence weapon, and giving it to every psychopath in the world, every foreign military, every religious organization is not a great idea. The value alignment term you brought up is a technical term about getting the AI system's goals aligned with goals of supposedly humanity. But it's a very ill-defined concept. We're not sure whose goals we're talking about. There is 8 billion humans, there is non-human animals. We don't agree on much. Culturally, religiously, through multiple administrations, we tend to shift exactly what is considered good and ethical, and who gets deported and who gets to come. So there is no consistency. If we somehow magically agreed on ethics and values, we still don't know how to actually program those concepts into those systems. We don't have a good C++ keyword for good or ethical, and it's even harder with weights in a neural network. So the problem is basically an impossible challenge. You cannot align superintelligent systems to values of humanity as a whole. Maybe you can do it with respect to a specific human or a specific organization for human level systems or below. That's the best we can hope.
Can I give a counter example here?
Cool.
So I agree that that values are local. They shift and change, and part of the reason democracy is a great system is because there's constant debate about what different localities value or see that's ethical. So when DeepSeek came out, the researchers and open source hackers found that it has a Chinese bias. It can't talk about the Tiananmen Square incidents, for example. And so a company called Perplexity, a Western Silicon Valley company, took DeepSeek and actually removed some of these biases from it and then hosted it on their infrastructure by kind of removing those layers that are actually embedding sort of the Chinese ideology or bias. And this is the wonderful aspect of open source. There's going to be a lot of disagreement, and ultimately, people will make the right decisions for their town, for their country, for their company, and that's the wonderful thing about the free market and open source.
If I may respond to that, there is at least 3 papers arguing that you cannot remove bias. It's mathematically impossible. What you do is you shift bias around. And that's a great example where China had their own preference and we shifted it to ours. And then India will come in and add a third variant. So yeah, you can absolutely push around bias, but at the end, that's what learning is. You're learning patterns about the world, and somebody's not going to like those patterns and they're going to call it biased. But that's what it is.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, that's humanity. I mean, we compete on different things, including values. And if India wants to embed their own values, or you can call them biases, that's great.
Right. But what happens when you have a smarter than human system? It gets one of those sets of values, and you get value lock-in, where that system is now enforcing that static set of values on everyone, and you no longer have an option to modify it or change it because you're no longer in charge.
But you're assuming that we're going to have a singleton. You're going to have, you're assuming, you're back to these sort of massive leaps of assumptions. You're assuming that there's going to be an intelligence explosion, which, that there's a lot of disagreement on that. There's a lot of limiting factors around compute, around research. A lot of people, have longer timelines for that. But the other thing is it's not going to be a singleton. We talked about the different arms race. We talked about the different, systems, the defensive and offensive systems. And so, again, I think you're making the assumptions and then arguing from that perspective. And I, fundamentally disagree with that assumption. A lot of your peers disagree with those assumptions.
Right, but you're bringing up things like longer timelines, and it's perfectly fine. It could be 5 years, 10 years, whatever number. At the end of that time period, we're facing the same exact problem. And I will argue that you're not going to make progress on controlling superintelligence, even if it takes 25 years. Longer timelines used to be 500 years. Now people talk about 6 years as it's like so far in the future, we can't even plan for it.
Yeah, that's true. So I will say that for example, with climate change, we think that the longer the timeline, the more likely we are going to come up with solutions. And actually, we think that AI is part of the solution. So I think as time goes by, we're going to have more of an ability to create those systems. And again, different countries will have different systems, and it's going to be sort of the free market, or it's going to be the anarchy of geopolitics that's going to have this all versus all system. And I don't think it's going to be this massive Skynet singleton, which again you're assuming.
Dr. Yampolsky, I want to ask you. Sorry, I just wanted to ask you a question. If we're talking about whether your belief that AI could get to a point where it's smarter than humans, could it not get to a point where it's more ethical than humans as well?
Yes, the problem with that is ethicists disagree on what's ethical. There is negative utilitarian belief system which says absolutely the worst thing in the world is pain and suffering. We need to do whatever we can to end all pain and suffering. And the best way to do it is to have no living beings around.
So I think, again, this is the kind of the trend in this conversation where Dr. Yampolsky kind of make these sort of leaps. There are philosophers. There are a few philosophers that made the negative utilitarian argument, again, because it's fun to think about and it's exciting, and a lot of philosophers like to kind of make up these situations and these various tensions. But like, if you ask most people in the world if they think they'd rather be alive or dead, everyone will say that they're going to be alive. And again, just because something is possible or there's some niche community that thinks it exists doesn't mean that this is what's going to be.
If I may,
desirable.
In computer science, as you know, we're looking at worst case scenarios. If you can handle worst case, you're doing really well otherwise. So in cybersecurity and complexity, you want to deal with what can happen as the worst possible scenario. No one is making an argument that it will definitely not happen because we prevented it. We built in a safety mechanism against doing this thing. So if we're saying let superintelligence figure out what is ethical, you're basically saying anything it can come up with, it goes. I'm not putting any filters into it. So why would this thing, which a human philosopher was able to come up with, and some people agree with, would not be a possibility? And if we're betting all of humanity on it, even small probabilities are really unacceptable. 1% chance of destroying humanity is not worth increased profits this year.
Today, the way AI is trained, it's actually surprised a lot of safety researchers. So the lineage, and I'm not saying that that's you agree with, but Leigh Ann and sort of the rationalist lineage of AI safety, we're always talking about sort of the discrete type of AI, the AI that is not based on neural networks, and it kind of makes these very dumb logical errors and ends up doing things like the paperclip maximizer, where it turns the universe into paperclips because you asked for more paperclips, which is fundamentally kind of a joke of an idea. But the what we ended up with is neural networks that actually resemble human intuition. So if you think about ChatGPT, and it kind of really surprised all of the AI researchers, especially safety researchers, that the GPT type systems are trained on this massive corpus of human knowledge, and it ends up approximating how sort of the average sort of a human thinks.
I'll agree with you completely, and humans are fundamentally unsafe. We invented religion, ethics, lie detector tests, and they still betray us every time. If you give a human access to more resources, they get corrupt. Corruption happens at all levels. The more resources you give someone, the more likely they become a dictator. We are lucky because humans die. Eventually, the guy gets 90 years old and the problem solves itself. AI is immortal. You're not going to get that lucky.
If we're talking about resources, immortality, let's finish up with my final question about climate change. When we look at the International Energy Agency, it says that a request to ChatGPT consumes 10 times more electricity than a Google search. And that's just currently. That's not with the super advanced AI that could be coming down the line. So finally, let me ask each of you, Amjad, I'll start with you first. Are the payoffs worth the climate cost?
100%. Like, I think today that ChatGPT, I think, is boosting global IQ. Like, people are smarter because they have this counterpart where they can talk about their lives and their jobs, and it's almost like everyone has this therapist that can listen to them, that can draw on the corpus of human knowledge to give them advice. And again, systems like what I'm working on, like Replit, is changing people's lives by being able to build businesses and drive revenues and values for their businesses. So I think it's fundamentally lifting up humanity. And again, I think that AI will help us in the short term, or short to medium term, help us think through and develop technology to counter things like climate change and other risks.
Dr. Yampolsky?
I will kind of agree. We can place all the existential risks on a timeline. So climate change takes time. It will be 100 years before we boil alive or something like that. Whereas predictions for AI are much closer. So either I'm right and we don't have to worry about climate change, or my opponent is correct, and then AI will solve it for us if the outcome is good. So in either case, I wouldn't worry too much about energy production in terms of impact on climate.
To starkly opposing views, and that is what we love here on Counterpoints. It's what we're all about. Gentlemen, it's all we have time for. Dr. Roman Yampolsky, a computer scientist at the University of Louisville, and Amjad Masad, CEO of Replit. Your counterpoints on this particular topic are very valuable to us. Thanks for joining us on Al Arabiya English. Thanks to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our debates by subscribing to Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you on our next episode.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Former spokesperson to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Musaddiq Malik, thank you so much for joining me. Great to have you on the show. Pakistan's defence and former foreign minister have both warned of the potential of an all-out war between India and Pakistan. What is the risk level currently?
I think it all depends upon India. Because right now, the aggressor is India. All of this warmongering or war conversation that is taking place, it's primarily coming from India. So it depends upon India. All Pakistan is saying is that it's ready. Has never been our preference. War is not our preference. We want to sort out things in a civilized manner, but that should not be construed or seen as any weakness. And I think that's what you're hearing from Pakistan right now.
The US is urging India and Pakistan to work together to de-escalate tensions in the region. What steps are Pakistan taking to implement this?
Well, I think the unilateralism is coming from India. So if you look at the suspension of treaty, the Indus Water Treaty, that has not come about because our dialogue broke. It came about because of unilateralism. So right now, as I said earlier, most of the provocation, all of the provocation is coming from India, and Pakistan is responding simply in equal proportions as a dignified nation.
As you've said to me, India is the aggressor. India is accusing Pakistan of supporting militants behind the attack in April, which did kill 26 people. Islamabad has denied involvement. But what evidence does Pakistan have that it is not involved in this?
Look, if the act of aggression took place on the Indian soil, and the allegation is also coming from India, then isn't the onus of responsibility on India that it lays out all the trail of evidence or the proof that Pakistan is behind any of these actions? I mean, Pakistan gets hit every day. If you look at the situation in Pakistan, we are facing the brunt of terrorism. Every day, 10 of our soldiers and about 30 civilians die because of these acts of terror. And you have heard many a times that even from within Pakistan, many people point fingers to the neighboring countries. But we've never done warmongering. We always try to make sure that our defense and our security apparatus is in place to protect our people. But in any of these events, we can pick up any of these events and we can start to do warmongering, but then it would be irresponsible. So if India had an event, and India is putting these allegations, I'm sure they have a trail of evidence. And I think they should put forth that trail of evidence in front of all the journalists, the international community. And if they want, they can share it with Pakistan as well. Pakistan is open. But not giving any evidence, and just because there's been an aggressive incident in India, blaming Pakistan without any proof, without any evidence, and then doing warmongering, I think is irresponsible.
There are concerns the local economy is going to suffer. How deadly is this for people who do live in the region, as people feel unsure about visiting because of the security concerns?
I think wars by definition are deadly. So how deadly is it? It depends how bad a war it becomes. So I think before getting in climbing this ladder of inference or ladder of aggression, it would be prudent to sit and talk. And as I offered, and I said, if there is any proof, would like to see that proof. But without proof, kind of doing this warmongering, I think is very irresponsible.
India
has on Pakistani side, when you say, well, you produce a proof, we produce a proof of what? They haven't produced anyone. They haven't said, here is a person, this person is responsible, and this person has relationships with Pakistan. So come forth with evidence that Pakistan has nothing to do with this person. So many days have gone by. Have you heard? Have they identified? Have they gotten a hold of the perpetrators? Have they created any linkage with Pakistan? Is there any evidence on the table that I should respond to? In the absence of all of that, if there is some phantom person, some phantom organization, which is being alleged to be behind this act, what proof can I bring to the fore? If you have any specific questions, I'm willing to answer.
Well, let's just move on, because India has announced it's closed its airspace to Pakistan aircraft. What impact will this have?
Not material. I think it's unfortunate. We have closed our airspace to them. They have closed their airspace to us. They are the ones who are basically doing unilateralism. As I said, we are primarily an agrarian economy. We have 240 million people, of whom about half are involved in agriculture. So any country that threatens another country with shutting down its lifeline is playing with fire.
Let's talk about India suspending the water treaty. Officials in Islamabad have described this as an act of war. Can you explain to me why?
I've just explained it to you, that if there is no water, there is no agriculture. If there's no agriculture, there are issues of food security. And if there are issues of food security, what would Pakistan do? So I think this entire thing that will shut down your water is tantamount to war provocation. And I think responsible countries don't do that, and India shouldn't do it. I mean, India is not the place where this water originates. Water originates up there in China. What if tomorrow China turns around and says, we're going to shut down your water? What would India do? How would India behave? I'm not saying China would say that, but to whom does the water belong? Is water the source? Is water the river? Is water the basin, or is water a civilization? And if you look at the history of water, you would find out that water is civilization. So as water flows, civilizations flow. And therefore, upper riparian countries have never basically come down to taking the position that India has taken. And India is also downstream, as I said, from another country, which can also shut its water. And then what would happen? Then India won't have water. So therefore, I think this is a very bizarre framework where you say, I would shut down air for you, I would shut down water for you, I would shut down soil for you. These natural assets don't belong to a particular country. And therefore, whoever wants to take position should take position with great caution and responsibility, and India is doing neither.
What resolution does Pakistan want to see going forward?
I think India is the one that unilaterally went up the ladder of escalation. So the responsibility primarily is on India to come down the ladder of escalation. From Pakistani perspective, we were, as I was the water minister before, and we were always open to having a dialogue with India. We were in communications with India, and India was not coming to the table in accordance with the treaty. So it is quite bizarre, because if you look at the past couple of years, you would see that India was continuously violating the Indus Water Treaty. And all of those mandatory kind of dialogues that have to take place, India was not coming to already. Before this particular incident, India was not coming to the table to have that dialogue. So there was something about the treaty which had nothing to do with this particular thing that has happened. And therefore, when you look at it and say they were already not coming to the table, they were already not carrying out the dialogue which was mandatory and required by the treaty, and now they've picked up something which has happened as a consequence of what they're doing to their own people. So if you look at the aggressive stance that India has taken on minorities, particularly Muslim minorities, and specifically in Kashmir, you would begin to see why their people are retaliating against the government. Now, if you use that provocation, you come down hard on your minorities, Muslim minorities, Kashmiri minorities, and some faction of a group retaliates, an Indian group, on Indian soil, to Indian people. You hold Pakistan responsible and suspend the water treaty. To us, it's bizarre.
Former spokesperson to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Musaddiq Malik, thank you for joining me.
My pleasure.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Arabiya Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis, and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers continue to focus today on President Trump's first 100 days in office, publishing numerous analysis and articles and reports on what has been achieved so far and what to expect going forward. The New York Times published a special piece on its front page about how President Trump's second term is changing almost everything about America. It lists the different areas that experience change in more detail, saying that there have been or have never been 100 days like this. Changes in foreign policy and also immigration, federal government, tariffs and trade, economy, diversity and equity, social media, and the very culture of the United States are examples, according to this New York Times analysis, of what Trump's presidency has meant so far and what it could mean in its remaining 1,361 days. The article provides a sweeping review of President Trump's first 100 days in his second term, marked by chaos and radical policy shifts. Trump has dismantled established norms, moving away from alliances and international law towards a style of raw power politics, most notably with his confrontation and treatment of Ukraine and openness to Russia. Excuse me. His administration has enacted aggressive immigration crackdowns, targeted critics and opponents with retribution, and launched a costly trade war with China, causing economic turmoil and uncertainty. Trump's partnership with Elon Musk has also led to deep cuts in federal workforce and bureaucracy. And culturally, Trump has sought to reshape arts and diversity programs to fit his conservative agenda, while his team uses social media and spectacle to control public perception. The article portrays a presidency defined by relentless disruption and transactional approach to power, and growing concerns about the resilience of American democracy. President Trump's policies have not affected the U.S. alone, but its influence touched the entire world through economy and foreign policy, causing political change in other countries as well. That is what E.J. Dion Jr. tried to say in his opinion article in the Washington Post today, especially in the case of Canada. He says that Trump brought about a turnaround in Canada's Liberals' fortunes, referencing Prime Minister Mark Carney's triumph in Canada's election this week, and calling it one of the most astonishing comebacks in the history of any democracy. The article analyzes the stunning turnaround in Canada's 2025 federal election, where Mark Carney's Liberal Party, once trailing badly in polls, surged to victory, largely because of U.S. President Donald Trump's aggressive rhetoric and trade policy. Trump's threats to annex Canada as the 51st state and also his imposition of steep tariffs provoked a wave of Canadian patriotism and anxiety about national sovereignty. Carney, a technocrat and former central banker, capitalized on this by positioning himself as the steady hand to defend Canada's interests, adopting the campaign slogan, Canada Strong. The article highlights how Trump's actions not only united left-leaning and centrist voters behind the Liberals, but also squeezed the opposition, leading to historic polarization and a collapse of third-party support. Carney's victory speech underscored a new era of Canadian self-reliance and wariness towards U.S. intentions, marking a dramatic shift in the country's political landscape. The Wall Street Journal has a similar evaluation of Trump's first 100 days. In its editorial today, it warned that the tariff shock he'd unleashed could sink his second term. The editorial starts by saying that presidential second terms are rarely successful. And on the evidence of his first 100 days, Donald Trump's won't be different. Also, the president needs a major reset if he wants to rescue his final years from the economic and foreign policy shocks he has unleashed. The article, as you can see, argues that Trump's presidency is repeating the struggles typical of second terms marked by overreach, economic shocks, and foreign policy turmoil. It elaborates by saying that Trump's administration has moved aggressively, expanding energy production, sealing the border, and rolling back progressive policies on climate and diversity. However, his sweeping tariffs have triggered global trade wars, market volatility, and are projected to shrink GDP and wages for American households. Now, the editorial points out that allies are alarmed by Trump's unpredictable foreign policy, especially his pressure on Ukraine to accept a peace deal favoring Russia, which could destabilize Europe and embolden adversaries like China. Domestically, Trump's attempts to reshape government and culture have sparked legal and political backlash, while his focus on retribution and spectacle has deepened divisions. The article concludes that Trump needs a major reset to avoid repeating the failures that often define presidential second terms. Andrei Yermak, the head of the Ukrainian presidential office, wrote in The Guardian today, highlighting what President Putin really wants by offering a short ceasefire in Ukraine. He says that while Russia has offered a 3-day pause in fighting in Ukraine to coincide with its World War II celebrations, Ukraine and the US remain skeptical. Ukraine is demanding an immediate, unconditional 30-day ceasefire, while the US wants a permanent end to the hostilities. Moscow, however, insists on concessions, especially lifting aviation sanctions before agreeing to any lasting peace. The article also warns that accepting a short pause or easing sanctions would only help Russia's war effort, as its civil aviation sector is deeply tied to military logistics, and sanctions are effectively restricting its capabilities. Now, lifting these restrictions would relieve pressure on Russia's economy and population, undermining leverage for a fair peace. The author argues that sanctions should remain until Russia commits to genuine peace, as relaxing them now would strengthen its ability to continue the war. The Telegraph published a report highlighting the extreme vulnerability of Western society when it comes to power. The article explores the severe risks and cascading effects of a nationwide power outage, using the recent collapse of Spain and Portugal's electricity grids as a warning for the UK. While the official chance of such a disaster is low, the consequences would be immediate and dire. Loss of electricity would quickly disrupt water and fuel, communications, transport, hospitals, and food supply chains. The first hours might feel like an adventure, but within days, lack of water, food, and working toilets would turn cities unlivable. Also, hospitals and critical services could fail after backup generators run out of fuel. Government contingency plans exist, but recent incidents show many vital systems remain vulnerable. The article urges citizens to prepare with basic supplies and highlights the need for updated emergency plans, warning that even after power returns, instability and shortages could persist for weeks. And we'll end with Le Monde, which published an op-ed piece signed by 121 academics and intellectuals, calling on the European Union to endorse a confederation model as a bold solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The proposal, rooted in a land for all movement, envisions two sovereign states, Israel and Palestine, sharing one homeland with full political equality, mutual recognition, freedom of movement, and a shared Jerusalem, as well as a cooperative refugee return process. Now, the authors argue that current cycle of war, occupation and displacement has reached a breaking point, and that abstract support for a two-state solution is no longer enough. They urge the EU to use its moral and political influence to support the pragmatic, rights-based framework, promote binational cooperation, and take concrete steps to end violence, occupation, and annexation, insisting the time for European leadership and action is now. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Trump confirms Mike Waltz will be replaced as US National Security Advisor. The US urges India and Pakistan to de-escalate tensions following the deadly militant attack in Indian-administered Kashmir last week. And England's Football Association announces it will no longer let transgender women play in its female league. Now to our top story, and President Trump has confirmed the US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz will be replaced. He is the first member of Trump's senior leadership team to leave in the president's second term. Taking to Truth Social, President Trump announced a new role for Waltz. He said, "I'm pleased to announce that I will be nominating Mike Waltz to be the next United States ambassador to the United Nations. From his time in uniform, on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my national security advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he'll do the same in his new role. In the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as national security advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Together, we will continue to fight fiercely to make America and the world safe again. Thank you for your attention to this matter." To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and political scientist Dr. Eli Al-Hindi. Thank you so much for both joining me. So we've had an update from Donald Trump. He's obviously taken to Truth Social. Mike Waltz, Ellie, did take responsibility for Signalgate, something that happened a month ago now. But at the time, President Trump did defend his security advisor. How significant is this move now that Mike Waltz has left the position?
I think it's a very significant move. And as you mentioned, it's the first big person in the administration to actually leave, knowing that Trump in his first administration went through 4 different national security advisors. But then again, why wait for a month? What happened during that month? Why did it go the way it went? I think simply we can say that the pressure has went too much on this specific issue, or this specific mistake, if we might call it. And then somebody had to pay the price, and it was chosen to be Waltz. And in that sense, it was not presented as he is punished, but it was presented as he is moving into another senior position, which is the UN embassy the US embassy in the UN, which is also a very key position, very important to international policy and to the foreign policy of the USA in general.
And we know that Mike Waltz has been in the political atmosphere in the United States for a long time. But Gemma, many people out there are going to be asking about the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, and how he is going to keep his job now.
Yeah, because of his involvement in Signalgate also. I think you can't underestimate how popular he is with the MAGA fan base. They absolutely love him. They see him as a dyed-in-the-wool Republican. He's got, there's a lot of support behind him. And even this week, Trump has been joking at a cabinet meeting. Trump patted him on the back and called him the least controversial person at the table. He is also singing his praises recently as well in the Rose Garden. And that is at odds with a lot of the sources that are coming out of the Pentagon. Words like erratic, referring to Hegseth's behaviour. We've also seen full-blown meltdown under his leadership. These are all quotes that are coming out. And obviously, Trump has said this is, disgruntled former employees. But you can't deny that there is no smoke without fire when it comes to, what people are saying in the Pentagon.
What are your thoughts?
I think it's been very critical to see how Hegseth has behaved in the Pentagon. And we've seen the former spokesperson, who was his friend initially, come up and say, you know, the Pentagon is in chaos and I couldn't take it anymore, so I'm getting out. And for a friend to say that, it means the situation is very serious indeed. And Waltz also comparing, for example, military background. Waltz is a much stronger background with being a Green Beret, receiving medals, fighting so many battles, while criticism for Sagat that he was in one tour, I think it was, and then came back to be a TV presenter in that sense. One thing also to keep in mind is that it is much easier to replace a national security advisor rather than a defense minister because you don't need the Congress confirmation. So it simply could be a decision by Trump to do that and maybe offer a scapegoat for the media and move on from that as quickly as possible.
Possibly the easiest option. Do you think it's interesting that it seemed to be after the 100-day mark that this happened? Because, you know, there was so much celebration on the 100th day of Trump's presidency that everything was going great, and all of a sudden this kind of came out of nowhere, Gemma.
I wonder if this has come out after, because if it came out on the 100th day, it would have been overshadowed by these 100th day, you know, the way it's marked in the US, it's a very big deal. I also think it's coming at a time when it's a big distraction for Trump. So I don't think this is going to go down well whatsoever, you know, with Russia and Ukraine, with India and Pakistan. Trump is dealing with so much at the moment. While he publicly has shown support and jokes, you wonder what's being said and thought privately.
These 100 days were not all, you know, rosy in that sense. There have been so many challenges on so many different fronts. And definitely the team is going to pay the price somehow. And maybe this is one of the things that will develop in that sense.
Very interesting. But if we talk about overshadowing, Dr. Ellie, Waltz's exit seems to have completely overshadowed today's minerals deal agreement with Ukraine. But this almost seems like a win for Donald Trump.
It is definitely a big win for Donald Trump. This has been his, he has set his eye on it from the beginning. He has clearly said, okay, we want your minerals if you want us to support in your defense. So this is also a new way of doing foreign policy in that sense. But also it's important to note that it was not Waltz who was doing all the negotiation on Russia-Ukraine, but Witkoff. Witkoff, who's supposed to be only a Middle East envoy, he was the one talking to Putin. He was the one to develop the deal, along with, of course, the representative or the special representative to Ukraine alongside. The deal altogether, I think it's going to put a strong vested interest of the US in the stability of Ukraine, and thus, hopefully, it will rebalance or recalibrate the US position in that conflict, whereas we saw in the past month, it was more in favor of Putin, offering Putin almost everything that he wanted, and still Putin did not show positive signs except minor ones. So now hopefully the US is on the way to recalibrate things and play a real role of a real mediator who's really vested in the security and stability of the region.
No, absolutely. And do you think we could see a change? Do you think we could see Steve Witkoff now maybe stepping into those shoes?
It could be. I think he has played a bigger role, yet he has been quite controversial on the way he speaks. He's not a very diplomatic person. He has upset so many persons with his comments about Egypt being a bankrupt country, with his comments with Bibi Netanyahu. Also, there was a little conflict in that, all the discourse he did. So he's not a proper diplomat per se. He doesn't have any political experience before this position. So it's a challenging, but it seems this is the way things are heading. He's been given a much bigger role. So Witkoff could be the next national security advisor with the risks attached to that.
And not having political experience seems to be quite popular at the moment.
Exactly.
Pete Hegseth, just to name one. But thank you so much. That was very interesting. That was just on Mike Waltz there, leaving his role at the White House. But let's move on to another story. And we're staying actually in the US as overnight former Vice President Kamala Harris criticized the Trump administration in her first major speech since losing the election. Harris specifically called out the handling of the country's economy and immigration policy at an event run by Emerge, and organisation that recruits and trains Democratic women for public office. Let's just take a listen to what she had to say.
We all know President Trump and his administration and their allies are counting on the notion that fear can be contagious. Courage is contagious. The courage of Americans who are banding together in the face of the greatest man-made economic crisis in modern presidential history.
So there we are, Kamala Harris speaking last night. We've barely heard from the Democrats, Gemma, since Trump won the election. So what else did Kamala have to say last night? I know her speech was about 15 minutes long.
She had a lot to say. But I think what was interesting for me, she didn't make any personal remarks or attacks about Trump. And if we recall a couple of weeks ago, Biden didn't mention him by name either. It's almost like they are deliberately not talking about Trump as a person. I don't know if this is the high road that they like to take. But she did, she made some... She used big language. She talked about the greatest man-made economic crisis in modern presidential history. She talked about Trump deliberately sowing fear to consolidate his own executive power. She also said, instead of an administration working to advance America's highest deals, we are witnessing the wholesale abandonment of those ideals. And as we know, in American politics, the idea of America and democracy is so important and so ingrained that that's quite a big attack from my perspective.
I'm wondering if the limitation or the not willing to attack Trump personally, because they tried that in the election and they failed to reach to the public, because the Trump obviously has some attraction to the public or to the voters. So probably that they're trying to avoid personal attacks, trying to play the bigger role into focusing on issues, but still they are avoiding some issues and focusing on others.
I don't think they go as far either, do they?
True.
Trump will go all out, but they're still quite reticent. So you don't get that from them.
Very true. And we haven't seen much of the Democrats, as you said. We don't see any clear leadership. We don't see any clear heat put on Trump with his policies, and he's been getting away with a lot.
And it's quite interesting because I think a lot of people, what the feeling is as the Democrats just seem so divided on how to go about this and where they can actually make a difference, because Trump is just monopolizing the headlines in the US. And I think the Democrats are a little bit, maybe slightly lost at the moment.
Very true. I think they're not only divided on how to face Trump, but they are actually divided on policies. And we've seen in the last election the Democratic Party go a bit too much to the left and then trying to adjust course in the middle of the race, which didn't play out well. Now, the only possible leadership that we have seen, or at least attempt to a leadership, is by Sanders and Cortez, AOC, which are very, very left in that sense and leave out a lot of the spectrum of the Democratic voters in general. So I think they have a serious issue to rethink what party will they present to the people in the upcoming midterm elections. There's not much time to go on that. And again, both speeches did not mention, for example, the issue of immigration, did not mention the issue of LGBT and so on, maybe because they saw that the American public has a clear majority on these issues in favor of what Trump has chosen to adopt.
So I don't know what both of you think, but do you think Kamala Harris last night made this speech because she wants to make a political comeback? This has been a lot of discussion because obviously the presidential campaign didn't go the way they wished. So where can we expect to see her pop up, do you think?
I think irrespective of whether or not she wants to run again, I just don't think it's going to work out. I think it's time to step aside, fresh perspectives, and Americans don't like, I hate to say it, air quotes, losers. And this is what I find interesting. In UK politics, you have one person running the party for years and years, and they could lose election after election after election, but they still are in charge of the party. In America, as soon as you lose an election, you're gone, because they don't seem to like that that air of failure. So no, I don't think, and just because she lost the election, I just don't think it'd be possible for her to.
But it's quite interesting because Donald Trump lost the election and then he came back for a second term. So politics is like a funny game.
But he has shown himself to be an exception in so many ways.
Absolutely. That I cannot deny.
And even Trump did not run as a party candidate. He's not the Republican. He's Trump.
He
brought the Republican, voters to him in that sense. I fully agree with Gemma that I think it's going to be very difficult for Kamala to return. We've heard talks about her running for governor of California, but that would be practically a step backwards in her career. It might put her on the scene and give her the platform to potentially run for elections in 2028. But I don't see that materializing. The problem is, again, that we don't see other leadership step up in the Democratic Party, and we have to wait to see how that goes. I also think that the Democratic voters did not forgive her yet, and they do blame her for the loss, at least partially, or for not speaking out about Biden's mental situation and so many different things. So she did take a hit in that sense, even within the Democratic Party, so I doubt that she could recover from that. But then politics is politics, and everything could be possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But she didn't have much time, really, Gemma, did she, to prepare for an election?
She had about 3 months to go out there, take over, get her messaging together. And a lot of people, again, Biden does get the blame for that. And I do tend to agree with it, that she just wasn't given enough time. So I don't think we can lay the blame for that firmly at her feet.
But then again, she's a presidential candidate that was not voted as a presidential candidate. She took on the ticket from Biden without even being voted by, the caucuses of the Democratic Party and the normal process of choosing a candidate, because she lost in the primaries.
Yeah. Good point. No, absolutely true. And it's so interesting. I wonder what the Democrats are going to do. We'll have to wait and see. But let's leave it there. Thank you so much. Now, let's move on to another story. And the United States has urged India and Pakistan to work together and de-escalate tensions following the deadly militant attack in Indian-administered Kashmir last week. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio held separate talks with India's foreign minister and Pakistan's prime minister yesterday and called on them to maintain peace and security in South Asia. India accuses Pakistan of supporting militants behind the April the 22nd attack in Pahalgam. Islamabad does reject these allegations. Dr. Ellie, there is a lot here to unpack, but what will the US be able to do when it comes to attempting a negotiation between India and Pakistan?
First, we need, I think, to understand how bad is the relationship between India and Pakistan. These are practically the same people, the same country that was divided strictly based on religious affiliations. And this created an unstable relationship since their independence, since 1948 and the separation in that sense. And there's been conflicts across border issues. There've been competition, economic, military. And we need to remind ourselves that both countries are nuclear powers. They do have the nuclear weapon. And an escalation between such two countries is a catastrophe, not only for them, but also for the region and maybe also the world. So I think the US is strongly going to be invested in calming things down and not allowing it to escalate. Yet they need to find a way out of the current clash, the latest one. They might allow some retaliation by India just to say that they retaliated on the attack. But I think they will do their best with their allies who could potentially have a good input, like Saudi Arabia, for example, on both parties to calm down and not to escalate further into a full-scale war.
Well, what's interesting is, Gemma, we've seen India suspending visas to Pakistan nationals and even Instagram accounts being blocked. So, in a way, there are things happening.
It's mad, isn't it, that in a situation like this, social media is playing a part. Yeah. But as you said, they are such a divided nation, but all nations. But despite those hostilities, like intermarriage between Indians, Pakistanis is very common. So what we've seen with the suspension of visas, we've seen families being split up, we've seen parents and children being split, we've seen married couples being split up as visas are revoked and suspended, and even long-term visas and NORI visas, which is the no objection to return to India visa, people are afraid that they're still not going to be able to get back in the country if they leave. So there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of lacking information, and there's a lot of anxiety around this. And with Instagram, India has restricted access to a lot of Pakistani celebrities' Instagram accounts. There's a message which comes up which says, account not available in India. This is because we complied with a legal request to restrict this content. Actors such as Meher Khan, Hania Amir, Ali Zafar, and Pakistani YouTubers and news channels as well, they've also been banned.
That's absolutely fascinating insight into the human side of the story.
We need to also remember that we have almost, or more actually, than 150 million Muslims in India who are constantly being accused of being pro-Pakistani or infiltrators or facilitators of terrorism and so on. And we've seen that after the Mumbai attack in 2008, which Pakistan was accused by India of facilitating, and then there was significant repercussions on the Muslims of India being attacked, mosques being burned, and so on. So we need to also keep that dimension, as Gemma mentioned. There are cousins, they are relatives, they are families living across borders, and the human suffering could be a big price to pay.
And we've also seen a lot happening when it comes to India halting the water treaty, because I'm guessing that's going to affect agriculture in Pakistan, and this is also a big concern at the minute.
Of course, I mean, they have so much in common, as we said, including a main river that is a big part of the border between the two countries, and there've been a treaty to how to divide the water and how to use it. So India renegating on that, or at least halting it for now, could have serious repercussions on how on water shortage on both sides. But India has other resources to compensate for, but Pakistan has less on that. So again, the people will pay the price, and the war would be catastrophic on both sides. So hopefully things will be mitigated beforehand, and things could calm down before any further escalation.
So, yeah, I was going to say, what do you think we can see, happening in the future? Because we know that Narendra Modi's been in the White House to meet President Donald Trump. So do you think that we'll see any escalation?
I mean, India is one of the biggest economies in the world. It's 1.5 billion. It has surpassed China in terms of population. So many countries want to keep an excellent relation with India because it is a huge market in that sense. But also Pakistan plays a major role. They have been quite strategic ally for China also on the Belt Road and on infrastructure projects. So many people and so many countries are involved in this. It's dangerous, but hopefully all parties have interest in calming it down rather than instigating it further.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was very interesting there. We'll have to wait and see what happens when it comes to India and Pakistan. But stay right there as we're going to look at another story. And news out today, transgender women in England will no longer be able to play in Women's Football League from the 1st of June. The English Football Association previously announced it was amending its rules and bringing in stricter eligibility criteria. But after the UK Supreme Court ruling regarding the legal definition of a woman being based on biological sex, the FA says that only those born biologically female will be permitted to play. So, Dr. Ellie, tell us more about what the English Football Association have actually come out and said today.
I think it is all based on a lawsuit that was presented eventually to the Supreme Court and the decision by the Supreme Court that is being implemented. towards regarding or allowing only those who were born as females to compete in the women's sports in that sense. This is a whole issue that's been all around the world. It was an issue in the Olympics. It was a key issue in the US elections. And I think it's a major benchmark in legal terms for the UK in general. And it's been also done in Scotland before that. So I think it's a step into that direction, clarifying where the law stands in that issue. And the key issue was about the Equality Act eventually, or the key component of the case. So, yeah, I don't know. Gemma would know better about the background about that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting story. So much nuance. And obviously it's still in its infancy as far as public awareness goes. So the UK Supreme Court, the ruling happened on April the 15th. And interestingly, FIFA, which is the governing body of football in the UK, on the 11th of April, so just 4 days beforehand, they had updated their website and said transgender women could continue to participate in the sport. And then, literally a week later, they have had to absolutely change their whole stance. Then the Scottish FA followed, and then the England and Wales Cricket Board followed, and England Netball followed as well, all saying that because of these new rulings that transgender women are no longer permitted to participate in this sport. And obviously there's legal implications. They're trying to cover themselves so that a lawsuit isn't brought against them. But also we do have to remember there are fewer than 30 transgender women registered among millions of amateur players, and there are none at professional level. This is a tiny, tiny number that has caused just this ruling and has caused so much. I think we've lost sight of just this minority of people who are already marginalised being further marginalised. And obviously it does bring about conversations about fairness in sport, definitely, and different strengths, but there's a lot of different scientific arguments about whether going through male puberty, gives you that advantage with regards to muscle mass. A lot of that research is still in its infancy as well. So yeah, this is something that's still so new, and everyone's trying to navigate, and there are going to be mistakes along the way.
No, and what you said, the FA, they're banning this in women's football. I just wonder if we're going to see this now start happening in other countries and other organisations, and if a lot of policy is going to start changing around this.
I think it is, especially those who follow common law and follow the rule of precedence. So they could use this case to argue in other Supreme Courts or other issues, or maybe the European Courts of Human Rights or something like that. We have to remember, as Gemma was saying, that those who are in favour are arguing that it is out of fairness, that everybody should have the right to play sports, everybody should have the right to a place to enjoy and to be part of. And those who are against are saying, okay, this is not fair. You're putting a person who is much stronger in terms of muscle and body build and so on, while you have so many regulations about weight and everything in sports that comes into play. And I think the previous decision you were telling me that was about their level of testosterone. That's what they were applying before. So they could play as long as their level of testosterone was below a certain level. Now this even has been changed due to the latest court decision.
Yeah, it was testosterone levels. They had to provide records of hormone therapy. They had to go with an annual review of treatment and a match observation where an FA official would come and watch them play. So the FA, I think, from their point of view, felt they'd put all these, you know, things in position. But obviously the Supreme Court ruling. It should be noted that FIFA has not updated their stance on it since 2011. UEFA as well, very much reacting as opposed to setting an example. But I think, FIFA regulations would always have to come second to a nation's rules and regulations and laws. So,
Yeah, it's a big topic, isn't it? It's you know, I feel like it's a topic, like you said earlier, it's in its infancy. We don't really have all the knowledge about it and all the scientific evidence into it. So I'm sure that this is not something that we've heard the last of for some reason. But anyway, we finally reached that point in the show, the point that I absolutely love, where Gemma and Dr. Ellie, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Gemma, tell us about the Japanese high school experience that you've discovered.
Right, well, I don't know. When you go on holiday, what do you like to do?
Do you know what? I actually love to backpack.
Right,
that's my favourite thing, and I love to do lots of activities. So I'm one of those awful people. Unless you, you know, want to be really active and go and see every single site, don't come on holiday with me.
Right, okay, noted. Well, if you like to go to school when you go on holiday, then Japan is the place for you. There is a school in Kimitsu, which is 60 kilometres from Tokyo. It's called Kimino High School, and they have launched a day where you go along and you are a Japanese high school student for the day. You get to dress up in Japanese school uniform, you get to do calligraphy lessons, other lessons, you get to do gym class, and what I think is interesting in gym class as well, their tracksuits are the same as the ones from Squid Games, obviously set in South Korea.
Yeah.
Like, you get to spend the day like Japanese school children, which means practicing earthquake drills, which that's quite interesting.
That is really interesting.
You get to serve lunch, but you also get to clean the classroom at the end of the day. Now, I do not go on holiday to clean classrooms, but this is
Or to go to school.
Or to go to school, yeah.
Who
but
wants
every
to
day
do
is
that?
a school day. I always think that, But
It is true, but very popular with fans of anime and manga, and there's a lot of shows on Netflix which are set in Japanese high schools. So, yeah, if that's your thing, then, you know, you can go and scratch that itch with an experience.
It's so funny. I've been watching an anime, but it's of a golf school, which is a little bit different. But I wanted to ask you, you mentioned something earlier about the millennial midlife crisis.
Yes.
Is that what...
Yes.
I don't know if, you know...
We've discovered something about you. When we
you were
discussed
ticking
that,
them off.
I've
So
ticked all the boxes.
there's a meme for the millennial midlife crisis. Millennials, you can, you know, start ticking it off now. One is being absolutely devoted to your air fryer. Second is signing up for a triathlon.
No, I haven't done that.
Right,
I wouldn't do a triathlon.
Third is setting up a bit of an indoor garden, getting quite into gardening.
Oh, yes, I like that.
And fourth is going to Japan.
I would love
Everyone's
to go
going to Japan.
Yeah, everybody. Have you been to Japan?
I haven't, but everyone I know, when I ask where they're going on holiday, they're going to Japan.
Are you going to
I
Japan?
haven't been to
Have
Japan.
You not
Are you going to go?
I would love to. It's such an inspiring culture and civilization. And all these new things that you mentioned, whether Squid Games or the movies or the anime or things like that, they've made people even more attracted to that mysterious culture that you have to really go and experience all of its aspects. And I guess anybody who goes there have said that it's been a very life-changing experience, or at least a very significant impact on their life.
I would love to go and see the Japanese cherry blossom. So maybe we should all do a school trip to Japan. We could.
We'll all have a crisis together.
We'll have a crisis, and you can clean the classroom for us, Dr. Ellie. Well, you know, you can be in charge of that.
That's not what I want to do on my vacation, but I mean...
You've no choice. But anyway, also there's something really interesting that you've picked up on, and countries where people flourish the most, and it's been revealed, and it's in a study.
It's a Harvard study, so it's not any study, and it has taken a survey of 200,000 people in 22 countries, and it has classified these countries up to which country has allowed the people to flourish most. And that's an interesting term. It's not success, it's not only happiness, it's not richer or more developed, it's flourished. And for that flourished, they created a combination of 7 different criteria. So it's health, happiness, meaning, character, relationship, financial security and spiritual well-being. So a beautiful combination that allows people to flourish. Surprisingly enough, it's not the countries that come to mind that ranked top in this study. The first country in the 22 that was Indonesia, which is a very interesting country. Again, some mystery of the Far East that many of us would like to visit. Also in the second rank is Israel, and then the Philippines, and then Mexico. We have to remember that Israel has been in constant wars and constant challenges, and this makes us to think about what kind of incentives make people flourish in their lives. It's not the money, it's not the education, it's that whole combination. And eventually the study did actually conclude that money is not everything, and that development and financial well-being is not what make people flourish or what make people happy. And then we also need to think about that maybe challenges in our lives do push us to do better and to do more. And this had made at least myself a more flourishing person with all the challenges that I've experienced in my life.
I always say that I've learned the most about myself during the difficult times.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that you would agree with.
I like the word flourish as well, because it's so individual. It can just mean completely different things to the three of us.
Very nice.
It's not just saying, this is your job, and this is your degree, and this is your social life. You can make it your own rather than be judged by societal standards.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do like the word flourish. It's very individual, very unique.
I must admit, I did go to Bali, and I could definitely flourish there. I know I could. But thanks so much to today's guests, correspondent and columnist Gemma White and political scientist Dr. Al Hindi. Here's a reminder of our top stories. President Trump confirms Mike Waltz will be replaced as US National Security Advisor. The US urges India and Pakistan to de-escalate tensions following the deadly militant attack in Indian-administered Kashmir last week. And England's Football Association announces it will no longer let transgender women play in its female league. And that's all from us on W News Extra. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and on today's programme, we continue our coverage of the first 100 days of the second Trump presidency with a special focus on immigration policy. We'll be discussing that with a panel of guest experts. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, just after President Donald Trump marked his 100th day in office for his second term, we've been hearing from the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's been weighing in on the subject of immigration, saying the United States is actively working with other countries to take in, quote, the most despicable human beings, including, he said, perverts, paedophiles and child rapists, all part of what he called an effort to keep America safe again.
We have gone to countries all over the world and said, hey, you want good relations with the United States, you need to take back your people that are here illegally. And we've had historic cooperation. Beyond that, and I say this unapologetically, we are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are active, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
The US Secretary of State speaking there alongside President Donald Trump. Well, immigration policies aren't just targeting criminals. Marco Rubio also said the United States will be more selective about who gets a student visa. Let's take a look.
Here's something else we've done. We stopped giving student visas to people who are coming here to burn down our universities and take over libraries and harass people. Why are we giving student visas to people who are coming here to create disruption? And we've taken away the student visas of people that have come here to do that. It's simple. If you're coming to America to start riots, we're not going to give you, we're going to take away your student visa. And by the way, every country in the world that I travel, 14 countries in 14 weeks, you know what they all say to me? Yes, that's what we would do too.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Abraham George, the chairman of the Republican Party in Texas, who joins us now from Austin. Thank you so much for being with us. All of this week, we've been taking a close look at President Trump's first 100 days in office in the second administration. Lots has been done. There's been some criticism, some confusion. But immigration seems to be one area where even President Trump's opponents think he's excelled. Would you agree with that statement?
Absolutely. I mean, we have the lowest number of illegal border crossings in our history, about 70 years now. So this has been one of the most successful things that he's done so far. Yeah.
Okay. And of course, Texas very much on the border. It is a border state. You've got U.S. troops there patrolling. Just tell us what the situation is on the border. I mean, when were you last there, and what did you see?
So about 2 weeks ago, and I was there about 10 months ago, and I can tell you huge difference between what we saw in the past. We had about 17 to 22,000 people coming in at one point during the Biden administration. Then we now have somewhere between 70 to 80 people in a day coming up. So the border is very secure. The Americans are very happy about it, both the Republicans and Democrats and people who does not have anything to do with politics and don't want to be part of politics. Everyone's happy about the border security that we finally got.
Okay, so a very different situation. Obviously, the troops are there, but overall, how would you say the Trump administration has done this? How have they managed to change the situation so fast?
Well, it's very simple messaging that if you come to the United States illegally, you will be deported. You will be apprehended and processed. In the past, that was not the case. We've just had a wide open border and nobody cared. I mean, White House was literally bringing in people and busting them into the inner parts of the United States in the past. So Biden administration did, it was intentional. There was no way that he can, or that administration can now claim that, hey, we just had a lot of people come in. Right now, President Trump basically said, if you come here, we're going to deport you. It's very simple. Come here the right way, the wrong way, we will get you out.
And President Trump says he's only getting started. He's only just getting started. We've only had 100 days. And as you say, he's been extremely aggressive when it comes to immigration policy. What do you think he's got in store for the next few hundred days?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot more deportation as far as the immigration part of it concerned, because we've had a little over 22 million people come over to the United States during the last administration. And that needs to stop, and it did. And now we are at a point that we are sending those people back who came here the wrong way, and people like gang members, people who are criminals, who some of the countries intentionally let out so they can leave their country and come to ours. So we are going to be extremely aggressive when it comes to immigration policies in the next 100 days too.
But according to statistics, the Obama administration and even the Biden administration deported more people during the same period than the Trump administration has done. Why do you think he's lagging behind them?
Well, we are going through the process. What happened in the last administration is we've had so much people come in. A lot of border patrol agents quit. They went and found other jobs. Now we're beefing up our personnel in those agencies along with doing the work. So at this point, our main focus is finding the most craziest criminals first and send them back. Because first thing is the protection and the security of American people and the homeland. So they're more focused on who do they need to target. So if you have committed a violent crime, you're on the list to leave in the next 100 days too. So that's the main reason why we are now picking and choosing, because we just need to secure our communities first. So we're getting all the criminals out first.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a criminal and you get deported, you might end up in El Salvador. You might also end up in Rwanda, because that's another new initiative that is under discussion at the moment. What's the thinking behind sending people not to US prisons, but to prisons in faraway countries?
Just don't show up. Come here the right way. If you come here the wrong way, we will send you to El Salvador, or we will kick you out.
Okay, and what about if you make a mistake? And it appears, and I'd like to get your opinion on this, in the case of that Maryland resident, and I'm talking about Kilma Abrego Garcia, who was sent to El Salvador a couple of months ago. I mean, should he have been deported, do you think?
Out of the 21 million people, when we deport someone, if you come here the wrong way, you're not making a mistake. You are intentionally breaking the American law. And at that point, the American people have the right to ask you to leave. And CBP-1, which was a app that was created by Biden administration, was turned over, and we now ask people to leave by themselves without getting deported. So they have an option to leave. And if you choose not to do that, then our law enforcement will find you and kick you out. So it's not a mistake when you come here the wrong way. It's an intentional act.
Okay, but in the case of Abrego Garcia, I mean, people are accusing him of being in some dangerous gang called the MS-13. They're saying he's a dangerous criminal, yet he has never been charged with a crime. He says he's not a gang member. I mean, does this look to you like a mistake? And I know it's only one case of many, but it's got so much profile and so much attention in the media. I'd love to get your views.
Well, how many other countries are taking in gang members and illegals?
Well, I don't know that he is a gang member.
Doesn't do that, right?
How do we know he is a gang member?
Illegal. He is an illegal, right? So when he is an illegal, he broke the laws of the United States, and he is in our homeland without permission. So it's a very simple thing to understand. We don't need to complicate it. If you come here the wrong way, we will kick you out. It's just very simple messaging.
Yeah, but there's a difference. There's a difference between
media and the rest of the nations can twist it and pin it however you want. But looking from an American standpoint, I'm an immigrant. I was not born and raised here. I came here the right way. When you come to this country the right way, the country welcomes you. You get opportunity to build a life here. That's, the American dream is available to everyone. But if you get here the wrong way, if you intentionally show up, and this is not like 200 years ago when people were brought here as slaves. This is people asking and paying money to drug cartels to get here. And when you do that, the American people have the right to ask you to leave. And when you don't do that, we have the right to kick you out.
Sure, but there's a difference between being deported and landing yourself in a hardened prison in El Salvador full of gang members, especially when you're not one and you haven't got a criminal record.
That, according to the media, right?
No, it's according to the law, it's according to El Salvador. They've got no record of him being in any gangs.
No, the El Salvador did not say that. The media keep pushing that idea and the talking points. El Salvador's president clearly stated that we are working and to figure out more about it. But the question is, why are you here the wrong way? Why did you come here illegally? Why did you pay drug cartels and coyotes to get here? If you did that, it's an intentional act on breaking our law. And we have the right to kick you out. And at that point, you made your bet that we can remove you and send you somewhere else that you may not like. So don't show up. Or if you're already here, leave.
Okay, I mean, let's look at some of the case studies, because, I mean, there aren't that many examples of major countries in the world deporting people to other countries. But the British have tried something similar. They tried a Rwanda deportation scheme, and it didn't really work out, and they had to shelve it. Do you think this is a lot more complicated than perhaps it looks at first glance? And obviously it has to be got right in order for it to get public trust and public support.
American people are trusting President Trump on it, so he's got the trust and the support from the public. What other countries say about the United States at this point, we really don't care about it, because it's all about the security of our communities. We have numerous cases of kids getting raped and murdered by these illegal gang members in the past. Many of them here in the state of Texas, and parents are upset. They're scared to have their kids go and play in the parks because these animals are walking around and kidnapping them and raping them. So it comes down to a point where American people are asked, they're asking him to do it. The president won because one of the main reasons is because of this.
What about students who are deported for protesting? For example, as we've seen in recent months, protests in universities across the United States, people, with banners, flags, taking to the streets because of the war in Gaza. They haven't committed a crime. Is America telling the world that students who come to America can no longer take part in protests?
They're not regular students. They're not American citizens. They don't have the First Amendment right like everyone else. They are here to study, not to incite violence inside our homeland.
But is protesting inciting violence or taking part in a protest?
It's not just protesting. They were burning down things, and they were inciting violence. In campuses, we have protests in campuses all the time. This was different. So when you do that, when you come to United States from any nation, it doesn't matter where you're coming from, and your goal and your visa is to come here to study whatever you're come here to study for, then that's what you're supposed to do. And if you get a regular visa afterwards, which most students do, become citizens and all of that, it's great. We want people to come here the right way. We want people to come to we want the best and the brightest to be here. But if you come here and incite violence and create problems in our campuses and start having hateful protests against Americans, yeah, we do want to deport you, and we did.
Okay, because when we think of the United States and we think of, the 1960s, the 70s, protests against the war in Vietnam, I mean, that seems to be part of the sort of the US student experience, and students do tend to protest in universities all around the world. But you're saying that if they're foreign, they can't take part.
Yep, that's what we're saying.
Okay. Let's talk about birthright citizenship. That's something that President Trump has talked about halting. Again, it's possibly easier said than done. Is that something you'd like to see halted?
I think it's something the American people are asking him to do. I know the courts have gotten involved in that. We will see how this comes out. I think the president and the White House and the American people are expecting to have a end to that, but it's up to the Congress to do that. It's up to the American people to finally make that decision. So we'll see what the court says, and we'll go from there.
Okay, well, just looking back at these, whatever it's been, 102 days, we've agreed that immigration is the one area where supporters and opponents think President Trump has done his best so far. Is there anything you've seen out of this administration that you haven't liked?
I think he's doing what American people have asked him to do. Other countries have taken advantage of the United States for many years. So he's doing what finally we've got a president who actually going out and saying, okay, America first, and which is what his entire campaign was. We want to put America as a homeland first. Among, if you look at other administrations in the past, that was not the case all the time. I mean, I'm not criticizing every administrations every day. What I'm saying is there were days that American people are like, you're sending money to Ukraine, billions of dollars, and we have a hurricane here, and our people were not being helped by our own government. When the same week they were sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. So American people got tired of it and said, well, this is not working out for us. So, and this is one of the reasons why he was elected, and the Republicans got huge majority in every state this time, because Republicans were saying, hey, we got to take care of our people first. So he's doing what he's elected to do.
Sure, but Abraham, we speak to lots of Republicans, and we give everyone a chance to express their views from all different sides of the aisle in the United States. And even some of his strong supporters have said there are one or two things they're a little uncomfortable with, and one or two things they haven't appreciated too much these last 100 days. And you're saying he's got everything right.
I think he's doing great. I would love to see more deportations. I would love to see our economy bouncing back faster. He can always do better, right? But look at what he has done in the 100 days. It's just amazing. We haven't had this kind of administration in a very long time. Even Democrats agree to this, not just Republicans. Democrats are not. They're at this point, they're having a hard time finding things to complain about. So American people are happy with him, and I'm glad to see we finally have a president who actually puts America first.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. Abraham George, chairman of the Republican Party in Texas. Thanks again.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, President Donald Trump's first 100 days back in office have been defined by bold efforts to reshape the U.S. economy, which so far results indicate shrank in the first quarter of 2025, down 0.3% on an annual rate. Well, some analysts say this is due to the administration's new tariff plan, which forced some businesses to scramble to stockpile imports, while consumer spending also slowed down. Turning our eye to foreign policy and the war in Ukraine in particular, because President Donald Trump has signed a deal with Kyiv, granting the U.S. access to some of the country's natural resources. Well, President Trump called it a win-win, while Ukraine's foreign minister praised it as an important milestone. Well, the agreement, published by Ukrainian officials, states that Ukraine won't have to repay the $350 billion in aid, which the president says the U.S. provided during the war. Well, that was a condition that President Zelensky initially rejected. Well, we're going to be talking more about those two issues, the U.S. economy and Ukraine, plus a whole lot more with regards to these first 100 days of the second Trump administration. Well, let's bring into the conversation Amanda Mackey, a lawyer and Republican strategist who joins us from Florida. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure talking to you. 100 days in, what's your assessment of President Trump's overall performance?
Well, if you follow what he said on the campaign trail, it would be no surprise where we are at the end of 100 days. Mass record deportations. We have brought the numbers down from tens of thousands to single-digit thousands. Somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 are the number of border crossings that we have versus what we had under the Biden administration in December of 2024, which was closer to 30,000. So make no mistake, President Trump has made the signature piece of his focal point for the first 100 days, the border, and polling has rewarded him. It shows that Americans, independents, Democrats, and Republicans, by and large, show that as his biggest and greatest success that he's had in the first 100 days. But also look at woke culture, something, again, he talked about, trans, sports, biological males being placed into female sports. He still talks about that. To this day, when they were touting their 100 days of, achievements, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and those policies that have been eradicated in the government are something that he touts and believes is a major point of his administration as well, and something that he believes, again, is an 80-20 issue, if you will. 80% of the people are going to be very supportive, regardless of where and which party they stand in.
Okay, and obviously we heard President Trump on Tuesday night when he spoke in Michigan saying, I'm only just getting started. How much more would you like to see him do when it comes to tackling those DEI or woke issues, as you call them?
Well, I think that DEI goes hand in hand with what he is doing with Doge. And that was what Elon Musk, bringing in some all-stars that the government could never recruit. But someone like Elon Musk, bringing his weight and his backing, was able to get these significant people in government to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb and save the American taxpayers billions of dollars. This is one of those issues. I wouldn't even call it an 80-20 issue. I'd say it's a 90-10 issue, because who doesn't want to see efficiency in government? Every American should want to see efficiency in government. In my opinion, it's like term limits. We all want to see people matriculate out of the system. We don't want to see them there forever. And these are the types of things that President Trump has really pounced on. He's going to continue to do it. So if you ask my opinion of what do I think and what should he be doing, I think he should continue to do these things. I think the American people are rewarding him on those things, but never lose sight of the economy. I go back to what James Carville, who was Bill Clinton's presidential consultant in 1992, always said, it's about the economy, stupid.
It is about the economy, and we're going to be talking about that in a moment. And not all the numbers are all that great, but we'll come back to that. 100 days is a bit of an artificial deadline, isn't it? A bit of an artificial milestone in the sense that it's actually quite difficult to have got anything major achieved by 100 days into a presidency. It's only 3 months. I think a lot of people struggle to achieve much in 3 months when it comes to fulfilling their goals. Have there been any disappointments, though, for you?
I can't think of anything that in particular I would say he's failed on this. But, the economy, because of tariffs and because of the fears of tariffs, people are worried, and that's understandable. And President Trump has said as much. It's going to be tough in the beginning. But I think that President Trump has made tariffs a signature part of his campaign. And again, it's something that I think he believes that we're actually winning on. We're having more people bring their businesses back to the United States who had taken it offshore, coming back to the United States, reinvesting in the United States. Toyota yesterday being mentioned as a great example, Apple computers. Those are the types of things that are really good. But in the short term, there is a little bit of pain. Interest rates are still high. The economy in certain parts of the country are still struggling. But when you look at things like FEMA, for example, basically emergency management and the disasters that happened in the wildfires in California and the flooding and the hurricanes in September and October on the East Coast of the United States, really President Trump has done such a better job spending billions in rebuilding these areas as opposed to what Joe Biden and his administration did. So I think Americans, by and large, are seeing good things come out of this administration. I think the economy is always just a tender point for people, and people will be complaining things are still expensive.
Does it look to you like the US is on track for a recession? And if it is, do you think it's worth it in order to, perhaps as someone in President Trump's inner sanctum would say, to make the world trade sort of situation a bit more of a level playing field?
I don't see a recession. I live in Florida, and Florida's been a really tough place due to many factors, one of which being a lot of people moved here after COVID because it was a free state. And then people slowly realized just how expensive it was with insurance and those sorts of things. And then, of course, hurricanes, getting hit with hurricanes, really devastating hurricanes last year and years prior. So there are certain parts of the country that I think are going to be hit harder than others. But overall, the economy of the United States is strong. And I think the finances of this country are strong.
Okay, I mean, trade deals have been promised with dozens of countries, including China, I should add. So far, there haven't been any, have there?
Well, according to President Trump, as of last week, 70 plus countries had come when the announcement came on April 3rd. Of course, we had a 90-day pause after that. But President Trump believes that him moving forward with the, largesse of the United States, with having the money source of the United States purchasing from other countries like China and the likes, they came to the United States, I would say, hat in hand, saying, please, let's negotiate. And they're also mentioning that maybe even as early as today, there could be a deal because China's hurting a lot more than we are, as the president said yesterday. It's without a doubt that within the next, 5 to 7 weeks, it could become hard for us here in the United States. Hasn't happened yet. But at the same time, I think the president wants to negotiate. He wants to make deals. But he can't be held to an artificial timeline of, the first 100 days or within this time frame. He has to negotiate with these other countries. But the good news is that not only are American companies coming back to the United States, but foreign companies are now going to be manufacturing in the United States and bringing their investment dollars to the United States. And that's causing these other countries to say, we want to work a deal. And, let's go back to India last week when J.D. Vance and his family were there. Make no mistake, that was not, just good family portraits, because it certainly was with his Indian American wife and visiting places like the Taj Mahal. But really, I think it was to box China in and to say, we'll strike a deal with India. We'll work closely with India and we'll push China aside if we have to. And again, just continuing to further isolate China. So they're really doing everything in their power to make sure that they get China to the table. And they're saying that as soon as today, there could possibly be a deal.
Okay, I mean, a lot for American consumers, the American public, to digest these last 100 days. And one of the pledges, of course, on the campaign trail was to bring down consumer prices, boost the economy. Just to wrap up this segment on the economy before we move on to another subject, how would you describe sentiment on Main Street?
I would say that by and large, Americans are doing fine. Interest rates are still high. I think the dream of home ownership is still a little tough for some people with interest rates being high, but President Trump has complained about that. He wants Powell to bring down interest rates so that people can buy homes. So there might have to be more infusion of programs through the government. Of course, they'd have to work through Congress to allow for those dollars to be injected into the economy, to allow people who are maybe at the lower end, maybe military, maybe first responders, teachers, focusing on certain groups to help them be able to own a home, because interest rates are higher than what, they were just 4 years ago when they were hovering around 2 to 3%. Now they're closer to 6 to 7. So that's tough. But by and large, I think that, going into the grocery store, you do feel a little bit of pain. You do. But in the first 100 days, I wouldn't hold any president to that, to say, well, within 100 days, the prices haven't dropped. So I think that people are being patient. People are waiting, but patience does wear out. So hopefully that price coming down of groceries, which I think are just the easiest basket of goods that people, worry the most about, like gas prices, they've come down by and large. But I think groceries still are a little bit of a tough point for Americans, because those are the things that people have to spend money on every week.
Right. Let's move on to foreign policy. And there's been a high profile, it would appear, departure from the inner sanctum of President Trump's administration, the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz leaving his post. That, I think, makes him the first senior figure to leave this second Trump administration. Don't know what your thoughts are. I mean, of course, we heard a lot about Mike Waltz in the context of that Signal group chat. I mean, does it look to you like he's been thrown under the bus, or is this a case of him leaving perhaps because he objects to the direction foreign policy is going?
I don't think it's that he objects to the direction the foreign policy is going. I don't think that's the case. I think it was just a distraction. It became a distraction. President Trump did a series of interviews. One was with ABC News correspondent Terry Moran this past Tuesday. And, you know, the subject keeps coming up, the Signalgate, the issues that have happened with that, and what it means for the Department of Defense. And if you're President Trump, you're very supportive of your military, your armed forces. He's been very supportive of Secretary Hegseth, who runs the Department of Defense. So I think maybe he just had to find the person who was at the head of all this, was the reason for all this. And I think it was just time to go. And when you lose confidence in someone, usually it's that person who says, it's time for me to go, because you don't want to be operating under this veil of insecurity in your boss, the president, feeling insecure about having you in that role. Mike Waltz is a very honorable man who's served this nation. He's a Green Beret. He certainly is talented and intelligent. But sometimes when mistakes like this happen, those things don't matter. It's just the perception of it, and it becomes a distraction. And the president, and I'm sure his staff, probably decided that that was the case. And here we are.
Okay, when it comes to foreign policy, I mean, two of the most striking images of these last 100 and so days have been one of President Trump and President Zelensky in the Oval Office, where they had that famous encounter. The other was Trump and Zelensky at the Vatican, having a sort of man-to-man conversation. I don't know if you agree with that. Perhaps you've got another image in mind. But, I mean, we haven't seen an end, have we, to the war in Gaza or the war in Ukraine. Both of those wars were supposed to be settled pretty quickly. That hasn't happened, has it?
It hasn't. But again, it's not a unilateral thing. President Trump, for being a Republican president, I always say he is truly a war dove when it comes to hawks and doves, as we call it in the United States. I mean, he does not want to engage in war. And that's something that he's made very clear. And to have a Republican in my lifetime, I've certainly not seen that of any Republican president. So he's someone who errs on the side of negotiations and diplomacy. And I think that when you have another person that you have to negotiate with, it is not on your timeline. So as much as he would have liked to have, in his words, have it done on day one, and I'm sure he did want that, the Zelensky encounter in February with Vice President Vance, the president, it did not go well. Certainly, Zelensky was very emotional. This is something that impacts him, his abilities, his country, and his countrymen. Those men and women who are fighting for his country, they need to have all the weapons, the artillery, and everything that they need. And that's what he needed from the president. And that meeting did not go well. But then in the Vatican, you see, to your point, a mano, and hopefully, based on what we've seen in the last 24 hours with a minerals deal being struck, this is really important. It sends a message to Putin that the U.S. is behind Ukraine. And it also sends a message to the American people that we're not funding other people's wars. We will be remunerated for what we're doing to help other countries. We're not here to fight other people's wars. We will be justified in doing this because we will be, made whole, if you will. But we're not here to fight other people's wars. And President Trump again made that clear on the campaign trail.
Okay, we're coming to the end. I mean, there is this threat, obviously, that hung over the campaign trail during which President Trump said he was going to get back at those who he believes wronged him in some respect. I mean, what have we seen so far, and what more do you think there is to come?
Well, President Trump, unlike any other former president that I've ever seen, or really even politician that I've seen, really took a lot of slings and arrows in the 4 years that he was not in office. The time between 2020 and 2024 were just filled with cases that, in his view, were unjust. Interviews like with Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes, where they didn't even let him talk. They tried to debunk things that became fact in the end. And so I think he has an axe to grind. I think a lot of people would have that. So I think you may see more. I'm not really sure he's focused on that as much as people would like to say he's focused on that. I really think the president wants to leave behind a legacy, and things like a Ukraine deal and securing peace would be a lot more valuable for him than it would to go after people who right now, they don't matter to him. He's the president of the United States.
Okay, all the guests we've been speaking to this week, we've been asking them to give a little report card on President Trump's achievement. And so imagine yourself as a high school principal. If A is excellent, B is satisfactory, and C is must do better, what would you give President Trump on the economy?
I would give him an A-.
A-, okay. Immigration?
A+.
Foreign policy?
A+.
And government reform?
I didn't hear what you said.
Government reform?
Government reform?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that would receive the highest mark. If I had to rank them, that would be the highest.
Oh, so an A++, perhaps?
I didn't hear you.
I was asking if you perhaps give him an A++.
A++. If there's such a thing, yes, I would really say that he's taken on government transparency and efficiency like no one else, and been very fair to employees, government employees as well, many of whom who have taken out the buyout that they got to get paid through September and not have to work. They can look for other employment. So I think he's been very fair, and while finding billions in waste, fraud, and abuse to clean up the government, something politicians always promise but never deliver on, he has delivered on that.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Amanda Mackey, lawyer and Republican strategist.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's get another opinion now on the first 100 days of the second Trump administration. We can speak to Angie Wong, Republican committee member, who joins us from Florida. Angie, always a pleasure talking to you. Just before we go into the details and the overall report card of President Trump, we've got this news just into us about the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, how he has resigned. What's happened there, do you think?
Yeah, this is just coming in, and multiple reports and sources now are confirming that Mike Waltz, former congressman and current national security advisor, is going to be stepping down. This follows weeks of something called what we call Signalgate, where a journalist was able to tap into a private Signal chat where very sensitive defense material was leaked out. So I guess President Trump was not very happy with him, and he never did anything to fix the issue. We had known that several of his deputies were recently fired in previous weeks, but Mike Waltz having to resign over this, that's the first big casualty of the Trump administration.
Yeah, fair to say he was pretty damaged. He's gone with a colleague, I think his deputy by the name of Alex Wong, if my memory serves me correctly. I mean, it just got to the point, I assume, that story wasn't going away, was it?
You know, that story went away for a second and it came back. So I guess more information had come out regarding this. Look, one of the first things that you learn in orientation, and especially him being a man from the military, you learn never to put out the mission, especially over text or any sort of communication. These are very basic things. The fact that that was sidestepped and he still went ahead and put out sensitive information in a group text that was then published by Atlantic Magazine. That's a big one, especially if you're the national security advisor. So he's the first one that Trump did not save. And it's very sad because there's a new congressman who just took over his seat in Florida, and that's Randy Fine, who just won his special election just last month. So there's nothing for him to go back to.
How much of a setback, how much of a loss is he, do you think, to the Trump administration?
Well, I don't know. He didn't really show off that much work in the first 100 days. So it's not like there's a lot to tout for. But, you know, it is something I'm sure Trump and his advisors did not want to have to deal with. They wanted to show a unified force. They wanted to have a strong team, especially within the first 100 days. But right now, what we're seeing in the Trump administration and all over Washington are the metrics of Trump's first 100 days. And maybe what Mike Waltz didn't really come away with anything other than Signalgate. So he might be the first to fall. But, you know, I have to say, Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense, he did something very similar twice. So I wonder if he's the next one to go. We don't know yet, but clearly new information had come out for Trump to have made this decision.
OK, let's pivot back to President Trump's 100 days, sort of in more general terms. What's your sort of overall assessment of his overall performance?
Overall, people are giving him an A+, although if you're not here in the U.S., it's kind of a mixed bag, right? So it depends on what side you're looking at. But here, stateside, you know, he's done very, very well with border security and also with national security. He's finishing building the wall between the U.S. and Mexico. He's brought back Remain in Mexico, where basically the illegal crossings have died down from hundreds of thousands per month to just a handful. So I think that's been measured very successfully, and Border Czar Tom Holman has done a fantastic job there. He's also doing the economic revival. Today, you have Vice President J.D. Vance heading over to a steel factory, a U.S. steel factory, and touting and praising U.S. steel manufacturing. So all these things are enlightening the American workers. There seems to be a promise that there's going to be more and more jobs being delivered and bringing industry back into the U.S. But if you're overseas and you are used to providing and doing supply chain for the U.S., well, it doesn't look so good. So maybe that wouldn't be an A+ there. On top of that, you know, overall, it's the American comeback, and it's a slow burn. President Trump has taken a couple of hits, especially with the tariffs and the rollout of that. But overall, Americans are really happy with him.
Yeah, I mean, he did seem to be saying when he spoke to some business leaders, I believe yesterday, you know, I do need a little bit more time. But he has got a negative quarter now under his belt. Q1, the US economy contracted, I mean, albeit very fractionally. I mean, do you think that's something that's going to be worrying people? Is that sort of sense of worry trickling down to Main Street?
Yeah, well, we're watching those numbers for sure. And there'll be other numbers that may not be as favorable as the summer travel season approaches. And we're seeing less and less tourism bookings here in the U.S. So those are all numbers. I'm wondering if he just enjoyed a great honeymoon period during the first 100 days. But now we're starting to see the cracks. And we've been seeing that with the numbers that are coming in. But, you know, that was expected, so to speak, because of the tariff announcement. It put the entire world on edge. Even now, there's uncertain markets right now. And, you know, I'm sure global business leaders want to know what's going on here, because every single day there's a new tariff announcement and people just are very uncertain. So if we could put some enlightenment to that and put some ease to that, I think the money flow would come back in and people would be happy with the stock market again. Yeah, so there's still stuff that needs to be done. I've long said that, you know, campaign promises were made and kept. But now we have to slip him into good governance, and that is a completely different animal.
OK. One of the things that President Trump wants to do is to make his tax cuts of 2017 made permanent. But he's got a tough job, hasn't he? Because on the one hand, he wants to cut taxes, but on the other hand, he wants to address the federal budget deficit. I mean, can the US actually afford massive tax cuts?
Well, and that is one of the pillars of what President Trump wants to do in his 4 years. He actually wants to eradicate income taxes, personal income taxes for the middle class. And that's what the tariffs are about. That's what deregulating a lot of our rules are about. And that's where, you know, all of this comes to play, hopefully by the end of his term in 4 years. But there is a lot of mismessaging in regards to the tariffs, and a lot of countries are not playing ball with him. But I do expect India and for Japan to be making U.S. tariff trade announcements very, very soon. Just this week, the rare minerals deal was made with Ukraine, so that's going to be another big announcement. We're going to see the market react to that and hopefully jump up.
On the subject of Ukraine, a lot of attention, a lot of effort to try to crack this nut and get the two sides talking, try to broker peace. It hasn't happened, has it?
Not as easily as he said, right? During the campaign trail, he said he could close out this war within 24 hours. Clearly not. Clearly, anything with Putin, it's just going to take a while, right? So, but the U.S. did get a favorable deal for the rare earths mineral, which is really what I think President Trump wants. And it's good for American industries. It's the revitalization of American economies. We do need those rare earth minerals for our semiconductors, for all things electronic these days, and for our defense. So that was a great deal made. Now, again, Trump is a business guy, so to him, this is a win. Does it end the war? No, unfortunately, not yet. And I think that hopefully that is somewhere in the near future. But at the moment, I don't see how that ends unless the two parties, Russia and Ukraine, actually have a sit down and discuss how that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, in the last couple of weeks, Ukraine has done everything that the United States has asked it to do, and now it's signed this deal on its minerals and natural resources. It agreed to an unconditional ceasefire. It sort of has, and a lot of concessions have been made on Ukraine's behalf, like never joining NATO, conceding possibly some of its territory. Would you like to see President Trump perhaps do a little bit more to get some concessions from the Russian side?
Well, I think signing this signing this Ukraine deal with rare earth minerals, it's a message to Putin and to President Xi of China to say, look, we don't need you. We have our own resources now for all the materials that we need. And that helps overall with the geopolitics with Russia and China and others, because now that's a real playing card for the U.S. What does Ukraine get from this? Well, that's a good question, other than our military force and perhaps another blank check from Congress, which is really what Zelensky is looking for, more funding. But it is a great message to say to your adversaries, look, we don't need you, and we are going to start manufacturing. And now we have the materials and the goods to do so. So I think that's why the announcement was made yesterday. As soon as they possibly could put, ink to paper and sign it, I think that's going to help things along with hopefully resolving the Russo-Ukraine war.
Another major foreign policy issue that continues to hang over, well, the whole world really, is the ongoing situation in Gaza. And when President Trump came to office in January, there was, in fact, just before he returned to office, a ceasefire deal, which has now collapsed. So on that one, it looks like things have sort of gone backwards, haven't they, rather than make progress?
Yeah, I mean, the Middle East is going to go back and forth and back and forth. Ultimately, President Trump is standing with Israel and is standing with any position of that Netanyahu wants to have. And I think that is a really, really just touchy issue. It always has been across multiple presidencies. It's almost as if they don't want a resolution and they just want to push forward with two individual agendas that constantly conflict. So I don't even know if Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, a very, very smart man, President Trump, clearly he wants something to, he wants a resolution there. I don't even know if everyone in the world can put peace there anytime soon, because it's just, there's just too much friction. But, they're going to try to make some sort of deal, and I'm sure there's going to be some sort of peace meeting in the summer, because I know President Trump really, really wants this, and he wants to see this for his presidency and his legacy to bring some sort of resolution to the Middle East. We'll just have to see how that one plays out.
Okay, let's move on to another key feature of Trump 2.0, the Department of Government Efficiency. When it comes to slashing bureaucracy and the cost of government, I mean, are you pleased with the performance so far?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we've saved over $100 billion just by doing an audit. So having accountability of the government is always, always good. And we're now starting to see that states are doing it. No one's mandating the individual states to do what the federal government has done here in the U.S., but they see that this is actually really good for Americans, and they see it as really good for, their own reelection efforts. So I think a lot of state governors have also asked for DOJ-like audits in their own states. Ultimately, Elon Musk had to step down. He has a day job, remember, but he's left a great legacy and a great team in place to continue all the DOJ efforts that needs to happen in the U.S. And we're going to find more and more savings. And ultimately, hopefully, what all this leads to is a permanent tax cut for middle-class working Americans. I think that is the ultimate goal here. So I am in full support of this. I hope that they can actually find more and more money and funds that we can cut that are no longer necessary and no longer beneficial to Americans, so that we can all enjoy lighter taxes. Who doesn't want that?
But one thing that Elon Musk hasn't done is achieve or identify those $2 trillion worth of costs in the federal budget and cut them. I mean, $160 billion is one thing, but $2 trillion is a very different number, isn't it?
Well, it's only been 100 days, and I've been told that this is just the appetizer. Wait for the main course to come around. So we'll see what happens with that. But $160 billion cut within 100 days. I mean, the math, it's not all there, but it's getting there. So look, we've got 4 years to look forward to and 4 years to do audits of. I think we're going to get to the $2 trillion. It's just going to take a little more time.
Okay, just with regards to Elon Musk more generally, I mean, obviously, as you say, he's got a day job and he was only ever going to be there for 130 days. So he was always going to move on at some point. Do you think President Trump's going to miss having him around quite as much as he's been there? I mean, how valuable a presence do you think he's been?
Oh, Elon Musk has been absolutely amazing. He's done the American people a great service, and we thank him for it because he doesn't mind exposing all the corruption that there is in Washington, D.C. and all across the U.S. and in our budgets. He was great at it. I think President Trump will keep him on as a senior advisor, and if nothing else, certainly a friend, and he's certainly a friend of America. But right now, unfortunately, we have groups here that are vandalizing, Teslas and blowing them up and setting them on fire. And that's not good for Elon Musk's bottom line or his shareholders. So he's got to get back to his day job, make sure that that stops right away. But I know the DOJ work will continue, and it will continue with or without Elon Musk. And I'm sure President Trump really does keep his advisory close to his heart. So I hope that that remains.
Okay, so he's moving on because he had to and he was always going to. Mike Waltz is moving on. Well, we don't know quite why, but it's been announced that he is most likely moving on. What have you thought of the whole lineup, sort of overall, in this second Trump administration?
Yeah, no, it's always been really interesting because looking back at the first Trump administration, you see that, not a lot of people lasted there either. Most people only did about 1 to 2 years before they also had to retire or resign. So, we expected the next round and the next wave of the Trump administration to come forth, but I didn't think it was going to be this soon, with Mike Waltz being the first casualty. But yeah, no, working with Trump is working with chaos. He loves the chaotic environment. He thrives in chaos because his opponent, they don't know what to do. So not a lot of people can work in that environment. And, if you've got thick skin, you may thrive too. I expect there's going to be other resignations coming, hopefully not this soon, but maybe after the summer. I know there's other people to cycle through, so to speak, people in the wings just waiting for a position. So I think you're going to see a lot of that. That's just Trump world for you. Outside of Washington, D.C., this is what his organizations look like.
Yeah, you mentioned the opposition. We heard Kamala Harris, the former U.S. vice president, say her first words since her November election loss just 24 or so hours ago. She and, her party, frankly, they look a little bit like they're in the wilderness, don't they?
Well, she's coming out of hiding. Why? Probably because she's, positioning another run, whether another run for the White House or maybe for the governor's seat in California. We're not really sure. We were wondering what the Democrats were doing. They took a little break and now they're trying to regroup and find their leaders again. And a few people have emerged as, possible Democrat leaders and who the next wave of candidates will be. So she did have to come out and say something, but I still don't understand what she said because I listened to her speeches and it kind of hurts my ears sometimes because I try to decipher what she's actually talking about. It's hard. And I don't know if I think she will have political legs, obviously, because she's got great name ID. But I don't know if I can stomach another run for president with her in 2028. Maybe the governorship in California might suit better for her.
Okay, let's do what we've done with some of our other guests this week and wrap up by taking an in-depth look at President Trump and thinking of you as Principal Wong from a high school, grading a student, in this case President Trump. If A is excellent, B is satisfactory, C is must do better, what are we giving President Trump on the economy?
On the economy, it's going to be a B+ for me. There has been a lot of job stimulus. The economy is kind of coming back. We're starting to see grocery prices drop a little bit. Certainly our domestic gas prices they're now favorable again. But because of all the market uncertainty with the tariffs, no one knows which way to go. And our stock market's going up, down. We don't really know. So I think having some sort of stability there coming from the White House would be a great advantage for everybody. Right now, people just aren't buying because they don't know what President Trump's going to say tomorrow. Okay, when it comes to immigration, what are you going to give the president? Oh, absolutely an A+++. I think Tom Homan has done a fantastic job. He's just got blinders on, just doing it. And ultimately what that's going to result will be safer streets for all of us here. Now, Democrats are taking that message and misreporting that we're deporting American fathers and non-gang members, things like that. It's all false. It is certainly there to fearmonger. I'm here in Miami where there's a huge Latino community and everyone's scared because of the fake news that's coming out about how they're deporting Americans, and so much so that parents are not bringing their kids to school for the fear of being deported by ICE, because there's ICE buses all around. So I think that is the Democratic strategy for the midterms. I just wish they didn't have to do this because it's really affecting real lives. Okay, when it comes to foreign policy, what do we give the president? Oh, I'm not sure about this one. So far, I don't think foreign leaders know how to play with Trump very well. Trump is an American cowboy, and he's got the cowboy style of doing things. I think diplomacy and geopolitics may not be Trump's strong points. I think his advisors know how to do it. But again, you can't really cowboy your way into getting what you want, and certainly not with countries like Russia or China. So I think that could certainly use some improvement. So I'm going to give that a C.
Okay. All right. You've been very fair and very balanced. Thank you very much indeed. Angie Wong, Republican committee member from Florida. Always a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for a look back on some of the week's most exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya News headquarters. Now, today, the International Monetary Fund has published an economic outlook report which highlights the challenges faced by the Middle East, North Africa, Caucasus and Central Asia regions. These challenges include trade tensions, conflict, climate shocks and political instability. Well, entitled Charting a Path Through the Haze, the report also offers policy recommendations as to how countries should navigate the potentially choppy waters. Well, to talk us through that report and its findings, we're joined by Dr. Jihad Azur, the Director of the Middle East and Central Asia Department at the International Monetary Fund. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Dr. Azur. You also served as Lebanon's finance minister during the years 2005 to 2008. So we'll certainly be talking to you about Lebanon. But I wanted to start by talking about Saudi Arabia. This program is, of course, dedicated to the Saudi economy. Real GDP growth in Saudi Arabia projected to rise steadily throughout the course of 2026 as well. What's behind the growth?
Well, what is behind the growth? First is the performance of the non-oil sector. Over the last few years, the diversification strategy in Saudi, with the development of certain number of reforms, has led to steady, stable growth in the non-oil sector. In 2021-22, Saudi was the highest growing economy in the G20, thanks to the effort of diversification. In 2025 and 26, the increase in oil production, because of the latest agreement of the OPEC Plus, will also grow the oil sector. Of course, this acceleration of production will be less than what was expected in December. This is why we had to revise downward our projections for this year and next because of this decision.
So Saudi's efforts to diversify and boost non-oil growth, I mean, how do you rate the performance overall?
Well, over the last few years, certain number of reforms have helped Saudi not only to grow the economy, but also to reduce unemployment. Unemployment is at the lowest level in decades, especially at the youth level. Women's participation in the economy increased from 14 to 34% in 5 years. And this is despite the various shocks, COVID, the inflation shock, the uncertainty that we are living through. Therefore, Saudi economy is vibrant, dynamic, and reforms have been very much impacting positively the outcome of the economy. Of course, the oil sector is still an important component of the economy, but the development of the non-oil sector, the development of certain number of new activities are helping the economy to diversify not only the GDP, but also the state revenues.
And what sort of a rate would you think we might see personal income tax?
I think those are issues that will be part of the fiscal strategy, both in terms of rates, tranches, and timing.
Obviously, we've seen Saudi Arabia's economy affected by the extension of the OPEC Plus voluntary oil production cuts. How has that affected oil-related growth?
Well, the OPEC Plus agreement in the past few years led to additional voluntary cuts in production and in export. And Saudi was the largest contributor. Recently, in December, the agreement of this group is to gradually increase export, which in itself will increase the GDP of Saudi. Yet the softening of oil price since the last few weeks will reduce this expansion. Yet this will contribute to the recovery of the oil sector and the recovery of the overall Saudi economy in 2025. What does it mean? It means that revenues will grow and also external resources will increase.
Are we seeing increased private consumption and investment in the kingdom, would you say?
Yes, we see an economy that is becoming more growing because of local demand, and demand is consumption as well as also investment. Saudi is running one of the largest investment program in the region, but also consumption is growing in certain number of activities, including certain service sectors like tourism, hospitalities, and others, which is why the economy is growing at steady state.
And inflation looking pretty stable?
Inflation is pretty stable. I would say this is the case in most of the GCC economies. And part of it is due to the fact that there are still certain level of subsidies that are helping to reduce the volatility of oil, of prices in the economy.
One of the things the report points to is the substantial, it says, foreign direct investment that Saudi Arabia has attracted. How has Saudi Arabia done that? How has it attracted that investment?
Well, Saudi is the largest economy in the region and has embarked in a large investment program. Some of this program is to increase the capacity of the economy to produce. Some of it also is to develop certain number of new sectors. This is why Saudi is an economy that is growing at a healthy rate, economy that is large, the only economy that is part of the G20. And recently with the Vision 2030, we saw a certain number of sectors, activities that are now being growing in the economy, which attracted FDIs.
Such as?
Well, you have in several sectors, technology is one, renewable is another one. You have a massive investment in hospitality, cultural, as well as also touristic activities. All these activities led to increase in investment from abroad.
The report focuses quite considerably on global uncertainty, which is a reality for the entire planet, as those words suggest. Of all the countries in the region, though, how robust would you say Saudi Arabia is looking in the context of that uncertainty?
Well, the uncertainty is affecting all countries in the world. And in fact, uncertainty usually has a negative impact on growth. This is why we revised downward our growth projections. Yet, compared to other parts of the world, the region is still growing in 2025. 2026, in the case of Saudi, we project growth at 3% this year and 3.7% in 2026. This is compared to other comparable countries in the G20, it's a good performance. Yet, uncertainty has negative impact on growth. On average, it could reduce growth by 2.5%. And in this outlook this year, we are studying the impact in the medium term. And if uncertainty stays for a longer period, for example, for 2 years, it could have a negative impact on growth of 4.5%. This is why we recommend countries to be very vigilant, increase buffers in order to reduce any negative impact on the stability of the economy, and also accelerate transformation by investing in the future, developing productivity, and reduce any risk for being subjected to external shocks.
And the word uncertainty, just to sort of dig a little bit deeper on that, what are you getting at? You're basically talking about tariffs, aren't you? Is there anything else?
No, uncertainty is every or anything that could negatively affect your economy that you cannot measure. This is the difference between risk and uncertainty. Risk is something that you can assess, you can measure, and you can mitigate. Uncertainty, you know that things may not go in the right direction, but it's very difficult for you to quantify, assess, and find the right measures to mitigate it.
Okay. And when you look at the sort of the geopolitical situation across the whole region,
yes,
doesn't it make Saudi Arabia's ongoing efforts to diversify away from oil dependence, doesn't make that look all the more prudent by way of a path forward?
Of course. On one hand, this will allow the Saudi economy to be less dependent on the volatility of oil price. And we are seeing now a softening of the oil price. But also, the Saudi economy is becoming much more complex, i.e. much more sophisticated. And this will allow the economy to be more competitive. Of course, Saudi is the largest economy in the region, but it is getting now more and more connected globally. We see this with the increase in FDI, for example. We see this in the development of certain fast-growing sectors around technology, AI, renewable energies, and things of the like that put Saudi now more into being competitive with advanced economies.
Okay, and perhaps that explains briefly why you've decided to establish your regional office in Riyadh.
Well, of course, Saudi, in addition to the size of the economy, it's a very active country globally. The chair of the IMFC, which is the body that overlooks the work of the fund, is the Saudi Minister of Finance. And Saudi is becoming one of the magnets that is attracting not only investment, but also policymakers to discuss economic financial issues. Recently, in February, we had an international conference in Alola, in this beautiful site, whereby we gathered leading ministers, governors of central bank from emerging economies with high-level scholars to discuss the global challenges and to increase coordination between emerging market decision makers. This is the recognition of the regional and international role that Saudi is playing now.
Just looking broadly at the report and perhaps moving our focus to all the countries that are covered by it, the word tariffs appears, I think, in sentence 1. I can't remember it. It was certainly in the first paragraph. Obviously, that brings some uncertainty and potentially makes the region vulnerable in the face of prolonged global tensions and trade tensions. But it also suggests there could be some opportunities. What's the opportunity?
Well, let's start with the risks. Although the region is not directly affected by the tariff measures because of the limited integration between trade with the U.S. and also the exclusion of the energy sector, the oil and gas sector, yet it has an indirect effect on financial market stability, on capital flow, and also on the oil price. The drop in demand globally will affect the oil market. Therefore, it's very important to be vigilant and address risks that could grow over time. Second, uncertainty, if it's not addressed, it will have even a deeper negative impact on growth. This is why we urge countries and decision makers to address those risks. How to address it? By building buffers, increasing policy coordination, transforming or accelerating the transformation of their economies. Yet, and this is rightly said, it could be a source of opportunities. We see a massive transformation of geopolitical and geoeconomic relations in the world. We see also opportunities for emerging powers like, case in point, Saudi, but others, playing a bigger role as connectors. And also we see different patterns of trade. And this is why increasing cooperation with regions in different geographies in Africa, in Asia, in the ASEAN countries is a source of opportunities. And we encourage countries to do so. For them to succeed, they need to have the right economic platforms, economy that is competitive, productive, economy where the private sector has a leading role, and also economies that are forward-looking, investing in sectors that are sectors of the future.
I want to ask you about Lebanon, as I said I would at the beginning. Some major efforts underway in Lebanon with a new government. The country seems to have really turned the page on quite a lot of its past complicated chapters, shall we say. Are you confident that the country is going to return now to a period of economic stability and that in turn is going to lead to a period of economic growth?
Lebanon is, as you rightly said, emerging from a deep crisis. A crisis of finance, a crisis due to the impact of the war, but also crisis of confidence. Therefore, it's very important for Lebanon and the Lebanese authorities to regain confidence of their citizens by addressing those deeply rooted problems that they have been delayed for years now, which means that you need to address the issue of the debt, the issue of the financial sector, the issue of the deposits, bring inflation down because it's a big tax on low-income people, and also to have a roadmap on how to recover the Lebanese economy. This requires certain number of important reforms, but also the assistance and the support to allow Lebanon to address those. Lebanon also needs to recover from the war, reconstruct, and this would require massive aid from partner countries. What is the role of the fund? The fund has been partnered with Lebanon since the beginning. In 2022, we reached an agreement with Lebanon that was not put in place. Now we are actively discussing with the authorities based on their request to negotiate new program. 2 missions were sent to Lebanon in the last few weeks, and last week at the spring meetings at the fund, we had an opportunity to discuss with the authorities about their plan, about their strategy, and what are the needed reforms. They have introduced one step, which is a new law to address the issue of bank secrecy. It's a step in the right direction. There are others that are needed for the Lebanese economy to recover.
And just moving lastly on to Syria's neighbour, Lebanon's neighbour Syria. One of the worst affected countries in the region. Your report points to a 60% contraction in the economy since 2011 when the unrest began. How does the IMF steer Syria back to recovery and growth? And I should point out that Saudi Arabia and Qatar have said that they're going to help settle some of Syria's debt. How are you going to support them?
Well, Syria has a massive need to stabilize the economy, rebuild it, address some of the issues that are extremely vulnerable or creating extreme vulnerability in Syria. You have the highest number of refugees in the world. You have an infrastructure that has been massively damaged and destroyed. Therefore, you need to establish stability, security, economic and social stability. You need to rebuild institutions. You need to have a well-functioning central bank, well-functioning Ministry of Finance. You need to address the debt and the arrears that Syria has, and you need to bring Syria back into the international system by working with Syria to remove sanctions, get their regular, I would say, interaction at the regional and international level. Last week, during the spring meetings, we had a roundtable discussion on Syria with all the stakeholders, regional institutions, partner countries, international organizations, to see how we could assist Syria And it's a long journey that will take time in order for Syria to stabilize and also to start recovering.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, very briefly, if you will, I mean, what's your overall feeling for the region? Is it one of optimism amidst the uncertainty and some of the turmoil and some of the tragedy, or would you say that your outlook for the Middle East and the regions covered by your report would be perhaps more cautious?
Well, the region is resilient and has been able to withstand shocks and uncertainties. Yet, it was at a high cost, the cost of high unemployment, especially at the youth level, and slow growth for a certain number of countries. Therefore, what the region needs is to keep modernizing itself, accelerate reforms, be more productive, give more opportunities to the private sector, especially small and medium-sized companies, get more integrated among countries in the region, but also increase the linkages with different geographies. Of course, there are bright spots, but also there are laggers. And there are countries in distress like Sudan, like Yemen, who need special assistance. It's a complex region, but it's a region that now geopolitically has an opportunity to play a bigger role. And this is what we at the Fund want to help this region achieve.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Me.
Dr. Jihad Azur, Director of the Middle East and Central Asia Department of the International Monetary Fund. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you to you for watching. Do stay tuned.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Part 2 of the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. Let's go.
Let's go. Where are we going?
We're going to go towards the Champions League.
Oh, the Champions League.
Yeah.
I love Champions League week. So for me, after January, the Champions League is where it's at, isn't it? These games are massive.
Oh, mate. What have we got? Who's left in it for us? There's Barca, there's Inter,
yeah.
Then you've got PSG, Arsenal. Now,
go on.
How do you think the PSG-Arsenal game is going to go? Because, listen, I think they're evenly matched. Really and truly, I think they're evenly. I think PSG probably might edge it with what they're doing and what they've shown so far. But when they was on the travels to Villa, I thought Villa put in a good show and showed PSG's frailties.
Yeah,
you know. And I think if anybody that's Arsenal take a look at that, they think they can go on to win it.
I think that's a false economy to Coley.
Yeah,
I think that was the absolute best of Aston Villa, right? And if you rewatch that game again, PSG still created 4 or 5 good chances in that game, right? So they conceded chances.
They had loads of chances, should have scored, Villa should have scored. Yeah. And it's one of them games where Villa are throwing everything at it.
So that's false advertising from what?
No, that's your opinion.
I think Arsenal look at it and go, we got a chance here, but also I think you've me looking at it going, you're going to concede.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to score.
Yeah. Thomas Partey missing's a massive blow for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Massive blow.
Oh,
he sits in there and he allows Deck to get forward. And Deck was obviously brilliant in the quarterfinals.
What's he got, Thomas? Is he injured?
He's suspended.
Suspended. What I saw that. Why did he do that?
A silly one at the end.
And even Deck had a little guy at him saying, "Oh, come on, man, what are you doing? Like now you're going to be tying me back."
Yeah, I remember, missing games, silly things at the end of the game, and you're missing. Luckily enough, I didn't miss any big games doing it. So, but I think that's pivotal in this tie, because I think what he does is he gets on that sort of pivot, doesn't he? And he allows Deck to run forward.
Dictates play.
He's a very, very good footballer. Havertz being back as well, that gives options for Arteta. But I just go back to Gabriel not being there. Like that's the whole base of what they do. Arsenal, Saliba and Gabriel.
Yeah, that is the main.
I know
functioning room, innit?
Kivior's done well and he's slotted in, but this is different. This is different now. You've got Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, Doué, Barcola.
All at it.
All just and I think that's where the game's going to be lost for Arsenal. I think Kivior will get spun. The ball will get played in. I don't think he's good with his feet, and I think PSG go there, and I think they can. I think they're the best team left in it, PSG, and I think they win the tie.
Do you think? What about Barca? Do you think Barca are not on levels, because they've been showing levels this season? When I look at it, I think, well, the Barca Inter game, they've done really well to get there. By the way, they have played some good football.
But sorry, can I stop you there, Coley? Inter have lost their last 3 games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They've not scored in their last 3 games.
That's why I said they've done well to get to this point.
Unbelievable.
So, and that's, you're talking about league form.
Yeah, league form.
I'm talking about in Europe. They've been good, and they've been a bit spawny as well.
Yeah.
There's been times.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's the mixture you need to go and win a Champions League. You need to be a bit spawny, but I think the way PSG has gone about their business and Barca, I think those two are the best for me. So I think I can only predict a Barca PSG final. I'm not going to hang my hat on it, but that's what it's looking like from the outside for me. Arsenal, as you said, they have some weaknesses where they haven't addressed and they can't address because of the stage of the season.
What do you think about their mentality? Because the Arsenal team have been accused of fluffing their lines, Bridgie, at this point of the season before. What do you think on that? Their mentality as a team,
fluffing their lines?
No, because they haven't. But they haven't.
What do you reckon, Bridgie?
No, because they haven't won anything. You know what it's like.
They are just going to have to be at their. They're going to have to be at their very best.
Yeah,
basically, and the consistency isn't there with them, is it?
No.
Really, let's face facts.
Yeah.
Who's
Arsenal?
What do you mean? What do you mean? They have been consistent. They have been consistent.
No, if you look at the points they've dropped in the league while trying to challenge for it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So they're not a team that I
just
feel
think that's
like I'm not in that team, but we've been in teams where you've gone out and gone, we ain't going to lose. I don't think they're that team yet.
No,
they're not that team.
No,
it's hit or miss. They're going to have to be at their very best.
They're a cup team
to beat
still.
PSG.
They're a cup. You're right there.
Which is possible.
They can do it.
It's possible.
I think they are a cup team.
I hope it doesn't happen. Just
I think I know what you're saying. Like, you have to have consistent throughout to win the league. You have to have a consistent base, right?
Yeah.
And I think they sometimes pretend or allude to having that. And then all of a sudden they kind of drop off a few injuries.
Yeah,
Saka was a big blow for them.
Yeah,
when he Odegaard even as well.
Yeah,
was a big blow. That was the start of the season.
Yeah,
that Odegaard won as well, and then Saka was after.
He's been a slow burner, Odegaard, this year.
We haven't seen the best of him.
We haven't seen the best of him for a while.
And I think that happens when you've had an injury, and then you're always fighting to come back. So he's fought to find the level of that dictator. I remember when he used to be around the box and he was just doing no look passes, and he hasn't got to that level just yet where he's dominating in the final third, not deeper, but in the final third. But having Saka, I think, has been a massive boost for them, and that's when their form looked like it was coming back on. So Saka's going to be massive in this game, and if PSG, and I know PSG is going to be ready for him.
Yeah.
Martinelli has looked good as well.
Yeah,
he hasn't looked too bad.
How about his pace at the Bernabeu when he ran away from the goal?
Burners.
Put the burners on, didn't he?
I just think it's the fact that PSG are going to create chances.
Yeah,
they're going to create a lot,
no matter what,
and they're going to score.
Yeah. No,
so I just think that's something that the way Arsenal have been all season, they have to be their very best defensively.
Yeah.
And they've got to be bloody good going forward.
Yeah.
and it's one of them, isn't it? It's that they could do it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the players they've got, they could do it.
Of course. But you're not expecting them to do it, though. That's the difference.
I just think, for me, it's a flip of a coin.
Really? I don't think it's a flip of a coin.
I don't think
for me, it's a flip of a coin because they can do it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
Like at Real Madrid.
Yeah, I know, but it's
the thing with the Real Madrid game for me was Deck scored those 2 free kicks.
Yeah,
if those two, if they did go in, but I always thought Real Madrid was such a danger going forward, and PSG are more of a danger going forward than Real Madrid.
They are.
A lot of people would say
at the moment. Yeah.
So mate, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, it is a tough ask. I mean, so I think PSG. You think PSG? No?
I don't know.
50. You two are 50-50. I'll back
No,
PSG
I'm not 50-50.
Yeah.
I'd pick PSG, but they've got a chance. You can't just write them off.
No, listen. I just think Arsenal, it looks like they've got that juice. When I'm seeing Dex rattling 2 free kicks in here, I'm thinking, what the hell is this?
I'd love.
In what universe are we in?
I'd love them to do it for Deck.
Yeah,
because we love him on the show.
If anything happens, Deck got a lot out of this because he's gone world class stage now.
Yeah.
Just because of those free kicks and his performance in both Real Madrid games, man of the match back to back. So he's gone from there to there. So you're talking world stage. He's got another level.
Yeah. Well, listen, they're all. Do you know what's the great thing about this? You've got Man United, Tottenham, and Arsenal with all sights on the competition. The league's done now. Liverpool have put their hands on that. You think they're 6 points behind Man City? Sorry, Man City are 6 points behind Arsenal. Do you think they could even claw it back? You've looked at the fixtures, haven't you?
What, Man City?
No, Arsenal's fixtures are quite tricky around this time.
They're tricky, mate. Right, look, Bournemouth upset them a few times.
Right, yeah.
Right, so you got Bournemouth. So
away,
who are you going to choose?
In between the 2 semi-finals.
Yeah, all right.
So
but
they might
in terms of just league, right? Arsenal's beat Bournemouth. What are you saying? Like, it's not an easy game.
No, especially
with the way it's been going, right?
Yeah.
Then they got Liverpool. Yes, the league's done, but Liverpool are playing with freedom and enjoying their football. That's a tough game.
Yeah.
I think they're 2 tough games, right? They've then got Newcastle, who are fighting.
Yeah.
And then they got the massive team Southampton who need that 1 point. They need that 1 point to not equalise. That's it. Okay, right. But the other 3 teams, they're tough, mate. They are tough games for Arsenal. I'm not saying they're not going to get Champions League because they should end up there. But mate, they're 3 tough games.
You reckon they get overtaken?
They could catch them. When I look at City's, right, they've got Wolves.
Yeah.
They've got Saints.
Yeah.
They've got Bournemouth and they've got Fulham. And I think with what's at stake, City need Champions League football. I fancy them to go and win all of their games. I don't fancy Arsenal
to go win because they're in the Champions League as well. They got
3 of their games. I'd probably fancy them to maybe win 2.
Depends on what happens at this week. In between the 2 legs.
Yeah,
if Bournemouth beats them in between the 2 legs, I think they'll be looking over their shoulder. I agree with you.
100%.
Yeah.
City could end up finishing above Arsenal.
Oh, that'd be a story.
They could do.
Wow.
That'd be a story.
They could do.
That's a big shout. Are you gonna hang your hat on that?
I'm not gonna hang my hat on it, but they could do, mate. I might annoy a few Arsenal fans.
I want you to hang your hat. No, take my hat and hang your hat on it.
Do you know what? They could end up on level. They could end up on level points.
Hang it on the mic.
End up on level points.
Hang it on the mic.
Here we go.
There we go. Just hang his hat on it. He's hung the hat.
We'll be revisiting that. We're going to go back to all of our clubs.
Can I have my hat back, please?
To be fair, the shine was reflecting.
Oh, well, you shades on when I take my hat off. Go on.
Brighton for West Ham. We done that. Have we done West Ham yet?
No. Of course we ain't. What was there to talk about?
I know. I think just having 3 ex-West Ham players in the studio, we should talk about it.
We're bottom of the league of
Premier League teams.
We're bottom of the league at the moment of the ones that are just above, obviously, the relegation zone.
Yeah.
We're bottom of the league. So.
It just stinks to me. I was with my pals from West Ham Saturday night, and it stinks of they just want the season to come to an end.
Yeah,
and they have to get it right. They have to get the signings in right for Graham Potter. You can't keep bouncing between managers. I was with David. Sorry, I was with David.
They've got
Moyes
a good base of players, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got some good talented players.
Core. It's just adding to it. And
talking to, do you know what? I was at Everton as well this week. I have been about, and I was with David Moyes. Yeah, I was with David Moyes, and we're chatting about West Ham. You know, he holds the club in such fondness. You know what I mean? And like, I said, I
think anyone does that goes there. Though.
Yeah, everyone loves it. Everyone loves West Ham. But he was telling me it's remarkable what he done at the club. You know, the semi-final. You know, and in the club, you know, it's one of them. Like, they got rid of him, and then everyone was expecting, right, just going to change to this brand of football, and it just Lopetegui, it went a bit sideways. You know, Graham's now trying to figure it out, isn't he? He's trying to find the solution, and I just think, you know, whatever happens in the summer, wherever way West Ham do, but just commit to it. Don't dangle a leg. If you're going to stick with Graham Potter, stick with Graham Potter and go. You know, if you think you're going to go somewhere, I just don't like this quick switching it around at West Ham.
Thing is, with football, you know, Coley, like, if you are going to change managers, you got to get something similar but not the same. Just because of the gradual change of what. If you want to change a brand of football, it's got to be a gradual change, not from A to B. Yeah. You've got to have a bit of the A/B in the middle, and then you might get to B. Do you know what I mean? So I think where football needs to learn is everything's a gradual process. It's like different gradients. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got to blend it. You know, it's like your haircut. Yeah. You can't just go from skin fade to a 5 at the top. And if you do, people are going to look at you funny. Do you know what I mean? So you've got to be able to have that blend. Yeah. And that's the same with football. If you're going to change your way of thinking and playing, the same with your players. You've got to get the right ones that can play the brand of football you want.
What do you think?
That analogy is a little bit weird.
I like that analogy. What do you think makes West Ham? I'll ask you, Coley. West Ham fans happy because they want the attractive football, but having a little touch of that success as well, winning that trophy, and it's competitive. What is it that West Ham fans really want from their team? I've got an idea about
effort.
Yeah.
Effort. It's as simple as that. Like, West Ham have never been a fussy bunch. Look, we do expect. We do want the silverware. We do want to be up there with the stars. But if you're just there and you're not putting the effort in, or you think you're better than us, then you're going to get called out. And I think that's what's going to happen to a lot of players when they come to West Ham. They realise that quite quick because the fans' favourite are not always the best player in the team. Yeah, like, we do like to see the great players come to the club, but we prefer someone that's that relates to the fans. It's like, well, I bleed claret and blue. Do you? Yeah. Like, I want to see a bit of effort for you to even get close to that. If you don't, then you're going to get called out.
So
they needed that at the weekend, trying to see the game out, really. Yeah. Because you know, when you looked at it, they were getting everyone behind the ball, but there wasn't enough effort on closing down and everything. It's like where the goal. Don't get me wrong, it was a great strike. Yeah. But he had so much time to hit it. Yeah.
I think Crystal Palace do that really well. The way they protect that area of the pitch really well.
Where do you get that belief from, that effort to say, do you know what, I'm going to close down that man and I'm going to be a rash. Like, that heart and desire.
They had everyone behind the ball.
Yeah. But then
someone's got to close it.
So that's what I'm saying. That's a drill thing. So that's that training. You got to practice. If you're gonna have everyone behind the balls, like, who's gonna go at what stage, and who, if you do go, who's covering? Yeah, you know. So that's something that you can learn in a training. And sometimes you just got to. The player needs to know the details of how to press, because everyone can just go and then you just get popped off, especially in the Premier League. Yeah, like, they'll just pop it round you. But if you go with a certain way. And so you're covered. So even if you do press hard, they ain't going to be able to pop that ball off because there's someone else that's going to come and collect the ball. So that's all on the training ground, and that's going to take time to learn how Graham Potter wants that to look. You know, and we're still in the learning stages of the players and Graham Potter's system. So hopefully that's going to, I'd say in the pre-season. That's when he's going to find out.
He'll have time.
Yeah, he'll have time with his players. He'll understand it. Right now, I just think it's all up in the air at the moment. And the players need to understand that. And as you say, like, you're talking about the recruitment, there's a lot of players that we've got on loan. I think 2 or 3 of the boys who might come back, might get a little sniffing. But at the same time, we've got to look at it and look at it realistically. You can't just go out there and spend a load of money.
Yeah.
We've got to make sure that if a player's going to leave, we get money in for him. Then we can replace him with something that's suitable for Graham Potter's style.
Do you see the Fulkrug comments after the game? Like,
I loved it.
So this is, do you know, like, every club has a different personality to it, right? And I think that really summed up West Ham. Like, he ain't done well for Fulkrug. He'd admit that himself. It hasn't happened for him. He's come on.
Honest.
He was passionate. He was open. He was honest. And then the fans were singing his name for the first half, wanting him on. Like, that's a little, for me, that's for Graham Potter.
He came on and changed it a little bit, to be fair.
That's for me. If I'm Graham Potter, I'm going, right, okay, I get it now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can work with that. Do you know what I mean? And then, like you said, if your bottom bar is commitment, passion, and endeavour, if you bring that, and then you're adding, as the weeks go by, a little bit of organisation, a little bit of structure, then you start to gradually implement your style of play. But it has to come from that. So the West Ham fans have said that that's what we want. Do you know what I mean? You've got to
we've got to find out to get to that.
Yeah.
But Fulkrug, his comments, it probably rustled a few feathers. You know what I mean? In the dressing room, but that would just be rustling people's egos.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And if you got too much ego and you can't take a bit of criticism, then you shouldn't be playing football, because that's what you're supposed to be able to take. And then you've got to have thick skin.
That's good, Bridget.
And I don't care if it's my mate that done it.
Yeah.
If it's true, I know in my heart of hearts that he's saying the truth.
You've got 2 options as a manager in that situation. You either pick a war with Fulkrug, right, when you come in on a Monday morning, or you go straight to the meeting and go, right, he's right, by the way. You know what I mean? Nicholas, you shouldn't have said it. You shouldn't have, if you wanted to come and say it, walk into this dressing room and say, because we fronted each other up
You're right.
ourselves.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said it, but you've said it, and I respect your opinion, and I can't argue with him. You know, we need to be better in this, and this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hang my hat on this club being good at these 3 or 4 things.
These are,
and
non-negotiables.
if you're with me,
like,
if anyone's got a problem, you go say it now.
Yeah.
So, and you go, right, bang, and you have it all out. Then the next game, you know, right, the next game's Brighton, and you go, and you can't concede goals like you conceded goals where players are not quite getting tight enough, because you've already put that's the line. And if you're not doing that, you'll come to sit next to me, or you're up in the stands or whatnot. Do you want to play for? And I think that's an opportunity for Graham Potter to speak like that to his team.
I think it's a different era now. See, like how we used to take a battering, like. We used to be able to take a battering. Like, we could walk into the dressing room knowing that we've played badly.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, they layer it up with your crap. You need to get your finger out, this, that, and the other. But I think some of the players nowadays, if they know they've played poorly, for the manager to come in and tell them they played poorly and batter them, I think some of these players don't have the cojones, to say, nah, I'll show you I'm better than what I'm showing right now. They go the other way. I think they go even more into their shell.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I think they do. I think that's the problem. I'm saying problem. I think that's just what it is now with football. So you've got to be able to manage. You've got to be able to manage the new era of footballers, because they're not like us. It's as simple as that.
And there's
nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with being like us. I'm not saying we're better than them, but they just need someone that understands them.
In a lot of aspects, they're better than what we are. Do you know? You don't be like one of these old players and go, "Oh, it was great in our day." It was like things have improved. You know?
Yeah, things have improved.
That could.
But I'm just saying they got more of a softer centre.
Yes, they do.
They're like what is it?
Ferrero Rocher.
Oh dear, that's decent, isn't it? I like that. What's now? There's another one. They're not like a crunchy. We're crunchies. I think they're more like what's that? Lindor.
Mate, you eat some posh chocolate, you do. I'm Dairy Milk.
They're definitely not a Toblerone.
Lindor. Mate, I don't know how we got to that. Anyway,
I don't
right, where are we going to now? We got to move on from that quickly. We've done the Champions League. We've talked
top 4.
Premier League.
We talk about who's going to get top 4.
Yeah, I think we need to. Because that's the only thing to talk about now from now to the end of the season. Everything else is done. I'm worried for Chelsea.
FA Cup.
Oh, apart from should we go FA Cup?
Let's go FA Cup, mate.
Could we give Crystal Palace their flowers?
Let's let Palace get a little bit of loving on it. We never talk about Palace. I don't think Palace don't even get talked about anywhere. You know, Steve Parish is my mate. Yeah. He's a top guy, by the way.
His kids go to the school.
Yeah, like when I saw it, I was like, I love this with Steve because he's such a
he means it. He loves it.
He loves it. Like,
I love that from
and he's a passionate person. He loves his club.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And he puts all he thinks about all aspects of his club growing.
Yeah.
And this is massive growth for them.
Do you
playing that for Palace to be playing at Wembley in the FA Cup?
Yeah.
And having a chance to go to the to the finals, and they actually do it. Yeah. I've never seen South Londoners so happy in my life. They were, and do you know what? I think it was it Sarr? He at the end of the game, he threw a shirt into the crowd, and do you know who it landed on?
God.
It was my son's best mate.
No way.
I've never seen him so happy. He's usually grumpy. Yeah. I see the boy, he caught it. And he's got, and the thing about it, he went alone.
Did he?
He was in the crowd alone,
Wow.
at Wembley alone. And then Sarr threw him the shirt, and he's got like that. Ah! He had a little fit. It was mental that he went to the game, and he had no friends, really no mates. And he got thrown the shirt. How lucky
he went to the game by himself.
By himself.
With a stand full of South Londoners. He's got a shirt, and he's still got the shirt.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
South London's changed.
But mate, I was so buzzing for him. Like, I was thinking, he's gone to the game alone. Like, it's just brilliant. It's lovely, man.
Yeah, that's lovely.
So, yeah, big up Steve Parish. Got to a final. Now it's the only hurdle of Manchester City to get over.
With the roaring Man City.
Like, they got things to prove. Like, they're doing this. I think they're just going to come into a bit of form now, aren't they?
Can I quickly throw something out there with you? You know, Man City have. I don't know. Listen, I don't even know why I'm saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Go on.
Man City's back on form, right?
Yeah.
Pep's apparently patching things up with his missus.
So
it was in the gossip column, right? So I shouldn't be bringing it to a proper form. I saw it. It's like they said, like they're going to give it another go,
another crack.
Mate, I'm telling you, like when things are going well at home,
oh yeah,
work can just flow. You know, everything Pep's so passionate about something.
They might have to put her on a wage.
Sign her up, mate.
Sign her up. I like that.
So, all them, like, obviously, like they announced that they were separating. This is a relationship show. Now they're announcing separate, but think about it, like 18 months before that, Man City started to have a little wobble, things started to fall, and things. Mate, if things ain't going well at home, you can make bad decisions at work.
So his wife is basically gonna get employed to be in his pacifier.
No, I made that bit up.
We listen.
That would make sense.
We're all about love.
Give him some extra money.
We're all about love. We're all about love on the podcast. But no, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know where that would come from.
It's not worrying too much about this City. I know they beat Forest. Forest had a few chances. Should have scored. Might have changed the vibe of the game, but they never. But moving straight to final, City Palace, for me, it's just like Palace have to be. They have to be at their best.
Of course,
perfect.
They know that.
And City just have to be an off day. And I just think the way City are, where City are at the moment, trying to qualify, they want to win something. I can't see it happening. Don't get me wrong, they've been inconsistent, but I just think Palace have to be at their very, very best to beat them.
Is there any shout of Rodri getting back fit for the final? I know there was talk.
They just got to leave it alone.
Leave it alone. It's not. Too much of a risk for a player.
Just start next season. The season's a write-off really for them. Innit? So this is going to get some silverware. I always say as well, see how you finish the season is very important to a team like Manchester City.
Yeah.
So they'll go to next season, pre-season, they're a bit more full of beans, you know what I mean? And probably try and kick on from there and then make an attempt to get... So they need the Champions League, so they're going to be on it now.
Yeah.
Palace is another game where they can keep momentum.
Yeah.
You know, so if they have that good feel factor, they should... they probably think that they've got a chance of getting up to third.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And
second,
Bridgie.
Mate, we're all saying Bournemouth Fulham, mate. There's a chance there.
There's a chance there. Do you want to finish off with a bit of Saudi talk?
Well, I think, because I wanted to say, obviously, apart from me getting into the boxing arena and leaving the boxing arena, which I had a torrid time. The actual boxing event was a Saudi run. His Excellency Turkey was there, and I had little seats. He was bouncing around everywhere. He was loving life. Yeah, he was loving life.
Is he like really eager?
Mate,
like he's on it.
He was on it. Like at one point on ringside, because on the big screen I'm looking, there's Nigel Benz up throwing punches like imaginary punches. Joe Jr. and it popped a Turkey, and he's there just throwing a little right bang.
Do you reckon he'll get in the ring? Do you reckon he'll get in the ring like one day?
It shows you what sport can do. Yeah. You know, man. You know, you've got the royal family, an event in Tottenham.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, that's wicked, man.
You know, and everyone was there. All the like Eubank Senior. Nigel Bent, and he just looked like he was having a great time, Bridge. You know, he looked like Wayne Bridge on a night out. He did.
Bouncing from wall to wall.
He looked so happy.
He was so happy with
you. Wouldn't be if you were organising the event, wouldn't you? Just making people happy.
Yeah, listen, mate, that's your job.
How about the little rivalry between?
Mate, this is interesting.
Yeah, there's a little rivalry.
This is what the league needs.
I think it might be manufactured, because I know that Benzema and Cristiano they're good mates, isn't it? They play in the same team.
Competitors, you know what I mean?
But Benzema's on 18 goals.
Yeah.
In the Saudi Pro League, and you've got Cristiano on 23 goals, I believe. Yeah. But Benzema, they're just about, I think, they're top of the league.
Team are top.
They're top of the league.
Yeah.
El Etihad.
Yeah.
I think it is. And then you've got obviously Cristiano Ronaldo's team. And the thing about people are starting to compare the two. Like I'm thinking, don't do that.
Yeah.
But I think at the same time, it's good to have that competitive element to that league.
Yeah. This is what they've been working towards.
Yeah.
You know, bringing so eyes are getting on it. Ronaldo's team, Benzema's team, got the Club World Cup coming up as well, where the world's going to be looking. The teams over in that neck of the woods are going to be playing against top European sides. We're going to see where everybody stands, and it's moving on. You know, the World Cup in 5 years' time.
And we've got an ex West Ham player over there, Ben Rama.
Yeah.
And he's I think he's in the Saudi Pro League.
Just
Division
got promoted.
2.
Yeah, just got promoted.
Just got promoted as well. So
strength
well done to
right
them.
the way through. Yeah.
Yeah. So
well done to him.
There's good players up and down those leagues. So look, I wish I still had my legs. Do you know what? Is there a vets team over there? Let's get a vets team together. Let's get a vets pro league. Saudi, sort it out, innit? We're here.
Yeah. Taking over, football, boxing, the whole lot, innit? Like golf.
Golf. There's going to be more. There's going to be more.
Sport.
Maybe ice hockey soon. Anyway, that's all we've got for this week. This is the Dressing Room Podcast with Al Arabiya News. See you next week.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya News headquarters. Now, launching a new global airline from scratch is a once-in-a-generation event. Well, Riyadh Air, or RX as it's known by IATA, has bold ambitions. Well, backed by Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, Riyadh Air aims to connect the kingdom with more than 100 destinations by the year 2030 and also position itself as a world-class carrier. Well, RX has just unveiled its new cabins and seats. And leading this ambitious project is the CEO, Tony Douglas, a veteran of the aviation industry, who joins me now. Tony, a very warm welcome to the Al Arabiya News headquarters.
Tom, thank you very much.
We've just seen your seats. We're going to be looking at some pictures of them in just a moment. You've got the certificate to operate as an airline. You've got a very smart new uniform. You've hired some crew. when are we going to see the first Riyadh airplane take off with some passengers on board?
So this is super exciting. This has been nearly 3 years in the making up to now. And by the end of this year, we want to be up in the skies. But if I quickly recap the story to date, March of 2023, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince decrees the establishment of the new national carrier. Shortly after that, we announced our first aircraft order, 72 Boeing 787 Dreamliners. At the Paris Air Show that year, we revealed our first livery, and it was designed to proudly stand out in the crowd, elegance, refinement, and to make a very positive statement of what we were all about. In November, in Dubai Air Show that year, second livery. People said 2 liveries, why? And of course we said because we can. But the reality was it was about making that statement of being proud to present a full-service carrier that stands out for refinement, elegance and grace. Followed then in 2024, Paris Fashion Week, never been done before, cabin crew fashion. And that kind of connection to TWA, Pan Am, DiCaprio in Catch Me If You Can with a real modern twist. When they walk through the terminals, they stand out in the crowd. It's refinement, it's grace, it's elegance. And at the Jeddah Grand Prix, it was the big cabin reveal. And of course, that was the third one in the trilogy. Incredible. We'll be serving in the skies at the end of this year.
Well, many congratulations. Sounds like you've had a very busy few years, Tony. There will be people asking, you know, Saudi Arabia's got a flag carrier already, Saudia, it's out there, we see it on the tarmac. What's the rationale behind a second national carrier?
So the kingdom is obviously a very large country. It's got a big population, and it's, of course, a G20 economy. The reality is we're not as well connected today internationally as we need to be, and there is a clear case for 2 long-haul national carriers. When we mature up to scale, obviously our hub, given the brand, will be Riyadh, connecting to the world, and the world through Riyadh into the kingdom and beyond. And Saudia will move over time to Jeddah, which is the ancestral home as well. So both those markets need growth. Saudia, the sister company, and Riyadh Air. And I think this is one of those really important moments in the evolution of aviation within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Wow. And you're going to be serving 100 cities by the year 2030. I mean, that's a huge ambition. What's the plan? You'd open perhaps the short-haul routes first and perhaps move on to long-haul from there? Is there a sort of a rollout plan? Are you able to tell us anything about that?
Well, obviously, I can only tease at the moment the cities in question because we're going to be moving into our ticket selling window towards the summer. But before then, what I can say is it's actually going to be a number of the longer haul ones first. And the reason for that, Tom, is we're actually taking Boeing 787 as our first deliveries. So I use this illustratively. We're likely to operate from capital cities, let's say, in northwestern Europe, into Riyadh, and then to get the utilisation out the aircraft after a turnaround time there, we'll operate on a shorter sector. So the likes of Jeddah, the likes of Dubai, and many others where there's lots of demand to make sure that those aircraft are put to work well, but importantly, we can give incredible Riyadh Air service to our guests.
Just to recap for the benefit of our viewers, it's going to be a mix of Airbus and Boeing planes, 60 Airbus A320 Neos, 39 Boeing 787 Dreamliners, more than 33 more than to come. That's a total of 132 aircraft. Are they going to be delivered on time?
So 132 aircraft, correct. The scoop is as follows. We're currently engaged in an extra wide-body campaign as well. And we hope by the summer we'll actually announce the 3rd aircraft in our fleet. So we'll be a 3-horse stable, so to speak. 321, 60, tick. 787 Dreamliner, 72, tick. And in the summer, an extra wide-body aircraft. It goes without saying, as a start-up, we are beholden on Boeing to deliver on time. And that's, of course, easier said than done. Both Boeing and Airbus have had a number of challenges with their supply chain, and there have been revisions last year to the delivery commitments. But the reason why we've now revealed the cabin proposition is because our aircraft are now running down the production lines in South Carolina, in Charleston, which is where Boeing assemble the 787 Dreamliner. So the fact that we can go and physically stand inside fuselages, our seat manufacturers are now producing, I can go and sit in those seats, is what gives us confidence we're in the home straight.
Probably ups the pressure a little bit on everyone who's on that production line as well. How long does it take? You're obviously a veteran of this industry, having been at Etihad before. How long do you think it takes for a brand new airline, starting like yours, from a blank piece of paper, to the point that it becomes profitable?
So up to now, this has been 3 years in the making plus. So the complexity around everything you have to stand up from a blank sheet of paper, it's super exciting, Tom. Incredible. Of course, the gift we have above all else is no legacy. So we're not held back by old-fashioned systems that were there for good reason, but are no longer as agile as the way in which the travelling public want to interact with their airlines today. So what we've been able to do is design the airline for the future, a digital airline for the future. And that's therefore got a lot more in common with the way in which you would go online and order through the likes of a noon.com or an amazon.com, where you're actually curating your experience and adding it to a shopping basket and then transacting similar to what you do with Apple Pay. But of course, if you or anybody who's watching this has ever tried to get a ticket refund from an airline, we all know how long sometimes that can take. And it's because the systems were designed pretty much for one-way traffic originally. If it's noon.com or it's Amazon and you want to return a product, you almost get a refund instantly. And of course, that's one of many examples of how you bring modern digital to the world of commercial aviation. And when you're a startup, that's the gift you have, no legacy. We're going to do something really special in how we allow the travelling public to engage with us in that way.
And you're launching at a time when everyone's talking about AI. You probably get asked this a lot, but I'm trying to imagine there must be scope, isn't there, for using AI and possibly in those booking systems you mentioned, but in other ways as well, perhaps with yield management, perhaps with pricing models. Are you seeing room for the use of AI in basically how RX is managed?
So massively so. We've been working with some super innovative boutique digital organisations, and it's how you bring technology that's available today that uses AI into curating experiences. So if we think about the world of the concierge, if one goes to a hotel concierge and asks a question, that gives the concierge context. So if I go and I ask, where is there an incredible Italian restaurant, the concierge now knows I want to dine. But what a good concierge will do is say, well, here's my recommendation, but also there's a theatre around the corner and there's a remarkable stage show on it. And if I show interest in both the restaurant and the theatre, he might then say, and also there's a late night spot after the theatre finishes. So he's curating the optionality, the proposition of an experience. Now, what we're going to use AI for is exactly that. If you put, let's say, Riyadh into the shopping basket from an international city with Riyadh Air, because it has the date and the destination, that's context. What the AI concierge will do is then say, it's Riyadh season. Here's all the following experiences that are available at that point in time. And if you want to add them to the shopping basket, you can do. If you want to put your whole family into the one order, as opposed to everybody has to do it separately, you can do. If one of the family members then changes his or her mind later on, you can take them out of the order and you get an instant credit, just like you would do with Amazon or with Noon.com. Modern technology, the world of commercial aviation, is the next big step.
Yeah, it sounds like you're launching at exactly the right moment. Just talking about tech, and in terms of the passenger's experience, we've seen some press releases about the new product, the seats in all 4 classes, because there's going to be first, business, premium economy, and economy, if my memory serves me correctly. One of the things that really struck me is that sound system in flight. I think it's in business class, where, and possibly in first as well, where people won't hear the music or the film soundtrack of what's happening beside them, but they won't need a headset either. How does that work?
Well, I'm glad you described it the way you did, Tom, because you described first class, and that's what everybody thought when it was our reveal. The front row's actually our business elite, and we've deliberately tried to raise the bar in each of our product offerings almost to the next level. So our business elite and our business seats, there's 28 in total in the premium cabin, all have privacy doors. They all have unique suites with our canopy twist over the top. So this unique piece of design signature, which is symbolic of the Bedouin tent when it's pegged at either side, how it goes taut, and it presents a canopy twist, the canopy of the roof. That's your personal space. Inside, at the business elite end, 32-inch super high definition 4K OLED screens. But the point you referred to, it has a system built into all the headrests. It's actually called Euphony, and it uses an incredible French sound technology produced by a company called DVLet. And what that allows is hi-fi standard experience, but the clever bit is it's zonal. So you can't hear what I'm listening to on the seat next to you, and I can't hear what you're listening to. You could be streaming it from Spotify, from your personal device. You could be listening to in-flight entertainment experience, or you could be streaming from your device onto that 4K stream as well. So next generation of 38,000 feet entertainment.
It's come a long way, hasn't it, since those rubber tubes that they used to have in the sort of the 70s and 80s on planes for listening to music. What do you think is going to be the thing that stands out for the passenger? What's going to be the big wow for a passenger who flies on Riyadh Air?
So I think there's a combination of things. I go back to when we first presented those liveries. A number of people commented, this looks more like a billionaire's G650 private jet stretched. And we did that on purpose. Again, that elegance, that grace, that style. When we presented our cabin crew fashion, people said this is bringing that whole kind of beauty back to the joy that we remember in how in the bygone days, the halcyon days of travel, people used to enjoy that experience. With the cabin that we presented at the Jeddah Grand Prix, one of the headlines was the Audrey Hepburn of the sky. And guess what? That's what we were trying to do. Glamour, grace, refinement, bringing incredible online service. We're in the hospitality business, but the digital twist to how that curates, we believe, will take it to the next level. And of course, the brand is Riyadh. The brand is Riyadh. The brand is Riyadh Town.
It's good for Riyadh, isn't it? Because obviously, Riyadh is becoming, a major global hub, and I'm assuming the additional traffic, the additional visibility of Riyadh, thanks in no small part to Riyadh Air, is a big plus point from this project.
So hospitality in the kingdom is world famous. The idea of hafawa, the warm welcome, the way in which people go out their way to make you feel very, very comfortable in our home. Well, of course, that journey in the future will start from over 100 different international cities. And the first thing you'll see probably on the tarmac, maybe if it's Shanghai, it might be in JFK, it might be London Heathrow, you'll see that livery. The minute you see it, the brand is Riyadh, hafawa, we can't wait to serve.
There's a lot of talk in the media about how pilots are in short supply globally. I mean, I don't know if you think that sort of reporting is exaggerated or whether indeed you have found that recruiting pilots is challenging.
So I think it's an accurate statement. Certainly pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic, there's been skills challenges in a number of areas, pilots, but if you go back to Boeing and Airbus and many of the other aerospace members of the supply chain, part of their challenge was a skills drain. But the thing that's been truly exceptional, and I have to say, in all honesty, a real surprise for us, is over the last 2 years, since we introduced riadair.com, we have a careers page on there, and it allows people who want to apply to be pilots, cabin crew, engineers, technicians and such like, to put all their personal details and certifications in. Up to now, we've had 1.4 million people apply for consideration to join the Riadair family, 146 different nationalities, and I have to say we're humbled by that response, and there's some incredible talent in there.
So a lot of different nationalities, as you say, 146 of them. I mean, another sort of classic recruiting ground for pilots is the Air Force. Obviously, Saudi Arabia has the Royal Saudi Air Force. Is that somewhere you can recruit from? Are you planning a cadet program, for example, for pilots, where you train them up and perhaps groom up some domestic talent? Or are you having to find yourself coming up with pretty aggressive packages to lure pilots away from other airlines? What's your approach?
So it's a combination of a number of the things you've mentioned. So to start off with, you're absolutely spot on. The Kingdom has an extremely competent Air Force. It's an Air Force of scale, and of course that is a clear source of opportunity for people who are transitioning from a service life from the military into commercial aviation. But even at this early stage, what we've also done is established our own cadet programme. We're currently in the process of constructing our own pilot training school. And it's not just about pilot training in isolation. We've started the first female Saudi aviation technician training course. It's a 3-year programme, over 3,000 applicants for the first 30 places. And of course, we'll do that every year. So from grassroots, building up with our pilots to date, what we call our CADA pilots. We've deliberately recruited from a real cross-section, everything from senior test pilots from Boeing, as well as many different airlines, because we want to create the Riadair culture, not import somebody else's culture.
What do you think is going to be the one metric you really keep your eye on after the launch of this airline? The one thing that you'll be saying, this determines whether or not RX Riadair is on the right tracks or not?
So there's a number of them. I think we all acknowledge that. But for me, the top of that hierarchy is guest experience, the smile factor, how you made me feel. That's what the hospitality business is all about, because the examples I used before, the best, the most beautiful liveries, tick. The best cabin crew fashion, tick. The best in-cabin experience, tick. But it's all about people. You can have all of those things, and if it's not in your culture, it's not in your values and your ethos to have empathy and to serve and to really demonstrate how we connect with the guests, then the best physical assets in the world won't win it alone. So that's the top of the hierarchy of needs, guest experience. But it goes without saying as well, we want to be financially sustainable, and therefore how we make sure as a business this is run in tidy order to make sure we're in control of all the details. Because the old joke, the old cliche in commercial aviation, which you'll have heard many times before, if you want to end up as a multi-millionaire, start off as a multi-billionaire and buy an airline. Because you can lose money if you're not over the details in our line of business, and many do. Part of Riadair's business plan is to be financially sustainable, and to be profitable for our shareholder, PIF.
Just lastly, we're all very focused on Vision 2030, which is less than 5 years from now. But let's push the timeline forwards beyond that. Where do you see Riyadh Air in 10 years from now in terms of size, in terms of network, in terms of reputation?
So it's a great question. In our line of business, it's by definition a long-term business. So you have to quite often think on a 30-year horizon, work back to 20, work back to 10, work back to 5 to today. 5 years in our line of business is almost what the order waiting list is with the likes of Boeing and Airbus. So you could place an order and almost have to wait for most of that till you take your first delivery. So in 10 years' time, we will, of course, see the FIFA World Cup in 2034 in Riyadh. Obviously, 2030 Expo. It is already a hub for global entertainment, attractions, culture and heritage across the whole of the kingdom. In order to give people the access that they want to enjoy those experiences, as well as connecting Saudi nationals to the world, it needs a super connecting, world-class, full-service airline. In short, the Kingdom's Emirates, the Kingdom's Qatar Airways, but bigger and better.
All right, well, we wish you all the very best with achieving those extremely ambitious goals. Thank you so much, Tony Douglas, the CEO of Riyadh Air. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And that is all we have time for. Do stay tuned.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.